Excuse me just a moment.
Frankie, you want a drink or something?
No, I just wish this whole thing would go away. It doesn't go away.
Most certainly the people who have this information, for the most part, would love to share it with their loved ones, to share it with their grandchildren, to share it with humanity in general.
We're not paid a penny for anything.
I'm hoping that they will someday release the information.
It's information of such great consequence that it's something that should be shared by all humanity. It's not something that should be limited to a privileged few within the United States government.
The only reason we're doing this is to try and get as much of the truth out as we can while some of us are still alive.
Well, now, Doctor, could they be hallucinations or some other misrepresented objects?
They could, but I am firmly convinced that such an explanation is not valid for all of them. It might be in few cases, but there is still remaining a solid block of very reliable, good observations which cannot be explained by such means.
I think we are entitled to know what's happening in this world. We live in it. It's our world.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947.
It's getting to be a long-lost story. It's not going to be too long before there's not going to be anybody left that was alive in 1947.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
They just think that you're nuts if you talk about it, so... And I don't just generally talk about it, to anybody unless somebody calls and asks me to tell them what happened. It's not a source of conversation over coffee.
If I didn't think the government was withholding information on the overall situation, I wouldn't be sitting here being interviewed, for one thing.
It doesn't get any easier, because every time that I tell somebody about it, I feel like I'm 12 years old again.
They might regularly land outside on oceans or in uninhabited parts of countries, but they might also not be ready to tell us.
But he said, I mean the rest of your life. We will find you.
Tell us what actually happened.
Well, finally got back home.
Well, how was your trip to Roswell, Mexico?
Rough. Oh, man, tiring. I'm happy to be back home, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
It's quite an ordeal. Spent all day looking for that ranch where we found the stuff. We finally located, but it's too late to take pictures, so we had to drive all the way back into Roswell. I tell you, I enjoyed going out there, but it's too hard on me. I'm getting too old for that kind of stuff.
Well, you keep saying that, but...
Yeah, but I got to the point where I couldn't even walk. I mean, it's tiring. We had trouble finding the place to begin with.
Yeah.
We searched the whole day for the place. But when I saw the place, I recognized it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So, the house where Mr. Marcel used to live, they renovated the whole thing. It's a boat, a fellow by the name of Rowe who lives there. And he took over the ranch, you see. And he was very helpful. In fact, he took us right to the spot, and he knew exactly where it was. So we were lucky in that respect.
Yeah.
And I walked over that entire area.
Too much happening at one time.
But I did recognize the exact spot.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I took him to the exact spot where that stuff was found.
But there wasn't any debris out there, I guess.
Oh, no. Lord, that thing is vacuum cleaned. There's nothing left. Roswell right now is composed mostly of retirees. It's a beautiful sight, the illumination around that place. But I really enjoyed that. So my trip was worthwhile anyway.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'm very happy with that.
What, son?
That makes me feel better, too.
I tell you what, I'd love to live there again.
Well, I would, too,
And I spent quite a bit of time with Walter Haut. I went to his art store, and we had dinner together Wednesday night, rather. So everything went okay.
Well,
I had a big time.
It sure sounds like it. I'm very, very happy for you. It makes me feel better, you know. Takes me down out of my woman.
Well, I'm telling you. Well, son, I'm going to let you go out.
Okay, Danny. Well, look, I'll give you all a call next week.
Okay, fine. Keep your chin up and have as much fun as you can.
Yeah.
That's all I think to do.
I'm trying to do it.
Okay, bro.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I think there were 15,000 people living in Roswell, and 7,000 of them were out at the base. It was a huge benefit to the community.
Now, Roswell was probably one of the most patriotic towns in the whole United States. They saved every tin can around. We scraped the tinfoil off of gum wrappers. We saved the string. We turned everything in for the war effort. And even 2 years afterwards, we were still doing it.
The sequence of events, as I've been able to establish them in my mind, is you've got radar sightings taking place early in July, 1st, 2nd, 3rd of July. You've got people watching this thing with great interest. I mean, here we are over the site where the atomic bomb was detonated in 1945. Atomic research still continues, the 509th Bomb Group, and rockets being launched from Alamogordo. So it's an area of high interest, especially to a space-traveling race. Friday, July 4th. The object disappears from the scopes. There's reason to suspect it's down. The next morning, we've got an archaeology team out there. We also have a man and a woman. This story now begins like every science fiction movie you've ever seen. I've got a couple out in the desert. She's married, he's not. They're not supposed to be there. The thing roars overhead and slams into the ground. They look at it the night before, but they're so drunk, they don't do anything about it. The next morning, they sneak back to see what's going on. About the time the archaeology team shows up, the archaeologists send someone back to call the sheriff. Sheriff alerts the 509th Bomb Group. We've got trucks coming in on the morning of July 5th, a military cordon going up around the area here close to Roswell. And this is what's critical. Why do you put up guards on the roads right off Highway 285 just north of town if all you've got is the debris field some 75 miles northwest? You don't need to do that. If the craft impacts much closer to Roswell, then the guards make perfect sense. You want to keep people out of the area. The team picks up the bodies at that location. They're brought back to Hangar 84. The debris is brought back to this area. It's transported out on the night of July 5th. The next day, they're sitting around congratulating themselves. Aren't we bright? We got this thing contained. Nobody knows what's happened. Mac Brazel shows up at the sheriff's office with a box full of the debris. Clearly, this is something else.
So when Kevin came to you, did you then come to your family after that?
Not for about 2 years. Not for about 2 years. The first 2 years that Kevin called me, I wouldn't talk to him. And then finally he told me, he said, we've been to a meeting and we know the firemen were out there. We know that your dad was on the crew that went out there. We think you must know something. Will you come and talk to us? So I agreed to come and talk to him, and they were staying here at the Roswell Inn then. I was making a trip to Portales to see my daughter, and I stopped to see them on my way back. And we had a conversation about, yes, I knew that there had been a craft that had crashed, but we didn't go into details on it. And Kevin was talking about the Corona site. And after our conversation, I told him we're not talking about the same thing. Apparently, what you have heard, it does not match what I know about, because the location is wrong. I said, the place where Daddy went, he did not go to Corona, and he would not have gone to Corona. The Roswell Fire Department would not have gone to Corona. So at that point, they started looking for clues to this other crash site. When I told him where Daddy said it was. So that's how this started. That's how it all came out, anyway. My name is Frankie Rowe, R-O-W-E.
Thank you. I know you've probably told this story a million times, but if you could tell it as fresh as possible for our audience, that would be great. Just tell me what happened when your dad came home that day.
The very first time that I heard about this at all. Okay. Daddy came home from work. They worked shifts of a type that they would be on duty maybe 24 hours or 36 hours and then off 8 or 12, like that. So we hadn't seen him for a time. And he got home that evening and he came in so excited. And I was in the kitchen with Mother. And he asked Mother, he said, I've got something I want to tell everybody. Get everybody in here. And she said, we're cooking supper right now. And he said, well, how long is it going to be? Because I've got to talk to everybody. And it was just my mother and myself and the 3 younger kids at home, and my other sister was working. So we hurried and we got it on the table and called the kids in. And he started telling us that they had gone on a call of what they thought was going to be a plane crash north of Roswell. And he said they got called out to Blackwater Draw. And when they got out there, what they saw was not a plane that was our plane, but he said it was a flying craft from somewhere else. Well, we didn't ask questions, but Mother asked all the questions, and we were just listening, and she started, what do you mean somewhere else? And he said, it's not an airplane. He said, it's not from this world.
Now here on this map are pinpointed locations where some 30 saucers have been sighted and are still unexplained. The following proposition could be established. There actually have been and may now be present in the Earth's atmosphere strange aerial objects. Some are of a geometric order. Others can only be described as brilliant light sources. Their form cannot be determined.
He said the crash was like the flying saucers that they have talked about, because there have been a few comments on the news about flying saucers. And he said it was one of the flying saucers crashed. And I don't think really Mother believed him at first. And he said, no, he said, I mean it. We went out there early today, which I don't know what time that was, but early to him could have meant they left before dark. And he said when they got there, they could see that there were 2 bodies that were laying on the ground outside of this craft, and that there was one, what he called little person. And he said there's one little person that was walking around, and he said they were still alive. So she asked him, you know, what did they look like? Did they look like us? And he said they were very small, about the size of a small 10-year-old child. But the head looked like the little insect that we played with or that we saw around our house called Child of the Earth. We all knew what that looked like, so nobody asked any questions on that. We assumed that meant that the head was too large for the body, and it had no hair, and it would have large eyes. We knew that because that's what the Child of the Earth insect looks like. He said they looked quite a bit like us. He said they were a lot smaller than we are. Because when he said a small 10-year-old child, I knew he meant smaller than I was. And I wasn't very big at 12 years old. I was a little small for my age. And he said that the other two were dead and that this one that was alive was very sad. But he emphasized and he kept saying, there's no need for us to be afraid. They're not here to hurt us. And he said, we couldn't help them. And he was more upset over the fact that they couldn't help this little person. And that's something he really felt badly, that he couldn't help this one that was alive. He said you could feel the hurt from this little person that was so saddened by the death of the others with him. And apparently they hadn't been there but just a few minutes, and he said the military came up and they made them leave. And so they went back to the fire station, and he said there had not been a grass fire, which would have been their purpose for going. And they thought there could have been if it had been a normal plane crash. I don't think Mother really wanted to believe it at first. And he talked about how could we be so smug to think that we were the only ones that God could create. If he could create this earth, he could create a lot of others too. So that was just a conversation over dinner that night. And then there wasn't too much said about it for the next couple of days. Then I was at the fire station one afternoon because I'd gotten sick. I had to see the doctor, and we only had one vehicle. So I went back to work with Daddy. He came home at noon and picked me up on his lunch. And I had gone to the doctor and was sitting in the kitchen part of the fire station, and I was eating a glass of ice chips. And the state policeman came in, and he yelled at Daddy. He said, "Hey, Dan, come over here." And he said, "Get all the guys. I want to show you guys something." The state policeman reached into his pocket, and he said, "I don't think you guys got to see anything like this the other day." And he pulled his hand out of his pocket, and it was closed up. He opened his hand over the table and dropped a piece of material that, when it hit the table, it was all wadded up when it left his hand, and when it hit the table, it spread out like it was water. And they were asking him, how'd you get by with this? And he said, well, he had helped with some of the pickup of debris, and he had managed to sneak that one piece in his pocket. He said, I don't know how long I'll get to keep this before I get caught. Because he said, everybody they catch, they're taking away whatever they've got.
Last count, I had spoken to around 4 dozen people who handled various aspects of the debris. The most dramatic is the foil-like material that you could wad up in a ball and let it go and it would unfold itself. A lot of people reported that. What kind of material did we have in 1947 that had those properties? There were things like foil backed with cloth that when you wad it up, it would tend to unfold itself somewhat, but there were always the signs of creases. And some of the people were very specific. There was no sign of a crease or a fold in this thing when it was let down.
After a while, they tried to burn it. Almost all of them carried the old-fashioned lighters. They tried to burn it, and they couldn't burn it. It wouldn't catch on fire, and they took out their pocket knives, and they tried to cut it, and they couldn't cut it. So they got into a discussion as to how bad a force it must have been to tear this piece of material. And they talked about, whether it came from the inside of the ship or the outside or what, and of course nobody knew where it came from. And while they were talking, I guess they all had their chance to play with it for a while, and it was laying on the table, so I reached over and picked it up. And I played for it probably about 5 minutes. And I tried everything they had done with the wadding it up. When you would wad it up in your hand, you couldn't feel it in your hand. You couldn't feel you had anything there. And it would go to a size that was so small that you'd have to look to see if it was still in your hand. and then when you drop it, it spread out all over the table. It made no noise, no sound of any kind. It was just like, it was nothing. It was like you were mashing air together.
So it wasn't aluminum foil?
Oh, absolutely not. No, we had scraped aluminum foil off of everything for the war effort. No, I knew aluminum foil. No, this definitely wasn't. I didn't realize the significance of it at the time. No, I just knew it was different than anything I'd ever seen before. So I forgot all about it after that.
Something came down during the first week of July 1947 on what's known as the Foster Ranch. A man named Mac Brazel was the foreman of that ranch, and he was out checking his sheep. He found all this strange debris. He brought it by his neighbors the next day. They suggested he go into the sheriff with it. He went into Roswell, which was a big journey. This was about 70 miles northwest of Roswell. The sheriff, George Wilcox, called the local air base, Roswell Army Airfield. 2 officers were dispatched, Jesse Marcel Sr. and Sheraton Cabot, the CIC officer.
Mac Brazel shows him the debris field. Clearly it's just metallic debris. Question I posed to a number of people, why didn't they react differently? And the answer's always been, because they knew there was only one. They knew there was a single craft. They knew there was a single crash. They had it all contained. They took a calculated risk. Mac Brazel found some of the same stuff, but they knew it wasn't a craft itself. They knew it was just debris.
They loaded pieces of debris into the Jeep. By the time he got back to the vicinity of the airbase, it was close to midnight. He stopped by his house to show his wife and 11-year-old son, Jesse Jr., this unusual debris.
Well, Jesse Jr. now is an MD. He's a colonel in the Montana Air National Guard. He's a helicopter pilot. I understand he flew choppers in Vietnam. Very stable individual. The type of person that is seeking no notoriety, has no axe to grind on this. I think to a great extent he participates in these things to see if he can help get the truth out. I think this is what a bulk of us are doing. We're not, we have nothing to gain by doing this.
My father was on the intelligence team at the Roswell Army Airfield, and it was his job to look at what they thought was a crashed aircraft or crashed something out there out of Roswell. When he came in, he was very excited. He woke my mother and myself up at must have been 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and he wanted us to see what he was bringing in from the field. He said, this is parts of a flying saucer, and it was all brought in and spread out on the kitchen floor, and we just looked at it. You know, I picked up this particular I-beam and held it up to my upper left to look at it with the kitchen light reflecting on the inner surface, and that's when I saw the writing or the symbols of some sort. I thought at first, this is hieroglyphics or some kind of writing like that. It certainly looked alien to me.
Okay, well, yeah, just tell me what to do, because I don't know how much of me you've got in the picture or anything. This was developed with the help of Jesse Marcel Jr. and Kent Jeffrey. This is a replica of what was picked up off of the desert by Major Jesse Marcel back in 1947.
The one I saw was probably greatest 3/8 of an inch in cross-sectional diameter, 12 to 18 inches long. Actually, the material that I saw almost resembled something that could have been blown out through the side of the craft, like there was an in-flight explosion just spreading debris or blowing debris out of the side. There was a debris field It's 3/4 of a mile long, 300 feet wide, according to Jesse Marcel, loaded with this metallic debris. Mac Brazel describes it, the debris being thick enough the sheep won't cross it. He's got to drive it around him. There's clearly a lot of debris. Bill Brazel talks about a gouge down through the center, 500 feet long, 10 feet at its widest. We don't pretend to understand the mechanism of the shedding of this massive amount of debris in one area and the craft impacting much closer to Roswell. It's a much smaller craft, 15 to 20 feet wide, maybe 25 feet long, more or less intact. There seems to be some sort of damage to it, and there was some debris scattered on the impact site itself. But I don't begin to understand the mechanism for the shedding of that much debris in one area and the craft being more or less intact in the other area, unless there's some kind of an outer shell that it shed, or this was some kind of an escape capsule and the entire craft disintegrated, and this is how they attempted to get out. We just do not understand that, and we have to speculate about it.
Something crashed into the desert outside Roswell in 1947, and the ham-fisted fashion in which the U.S. Air Force handled the incident convinced a great many people that it was a flying saucer, and that at least one alien creature was recovered from the crash site. It is precisely the mixture of religion, science, superstition and folklore, intelligence and ignorance that has produced among Americans an entire subculture of belief in extraterrestrial life.
It has gotten old. Like anything else, it has become a job, a task, no longer an exciting experience. My name is Walter G. The G stands for George Haut. H-A-U-T. You ought to remember Haut. I'm not the only one. There are other people that have been involved in this that are in the same position. We're not paid a penny for anything. The only reason we're doing this is to try and get as much of the truth out as we can while some of us are still alive. You got to look at the age group that was out at the base at that time. So many of the people that have been doing the legwork, so to speak, were in their 20s. I was one of them. At the base, I was a crew member, navigator bombardier. That was my primary duty assignment. My secondary was as post relations officer for Roswell Army Airfield and the 509th Bomb Group.
The 509th Bomb Group, incidentally, was a very elite group. It was the only atomic bomb group in the world at the time.
The 509th Bomb Group was originally organized during World War II. Their mission was to drop the atomic bombs on Japan.
We also dropped the bomb on Bikini. The organization was pretty much of a tight-lipped organization.
By the time you get to Roswell in 1947, it's the only atomic strike force in the world. They're training people to begin other atomic bombing groups in the Air Force. If you became the commander of the 509th Bomb Group, you inevitably were promoted out of the job and became a general. It was the premier group in the Air Force in 1947.
Today's edition presents a roundup of the latest developments in the finding of a flying disc.
I was called to headquarters, was given copies of a press release which stated in essence that we had in our possession a flying disc.
The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucer. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs, which landed on a ranch outside Roswell.
From what we know, it was shown to William Blanchard in the morning. About 12 o'clock at noon, a press release was issued by Blanchard. My father is a 30-year retired Air Force colonel, a World War II fighter ace, and he knew and worked with William Blanchard in the early 1960s. And according to my father, Blanchard was no fool. Blanchard was not the kind of man to put out a press release about something so dramatic as a crashed UFO without being absolutely certain he was correct. In other words, if Blanchard said there was a crashed disc, there was a crashed disc.
Colonel William Blanchard of the Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like.
The media here was localized media. You had a radio station of 250 watts. If you were outside of town, you basically didn't get it. You had a second radio station of equal size. You had 2 newspapers. You could control the media very carefully. It strikes me as odd in today's environment to hear a radio station owner tell me that the FCC would call and say, if you broadcast a story, you will lose your license. And they don't tell the FCC to go play with themselves and broadcast the story anyway. They suppressed the story, and they were able to suppress the story. They were able to do what they needed to do to suppress it. This was a military town in 1947.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection.
We have the military moving in, cleaning all of that material up. Walter Haut issues his press release saying we've got a flying saucer.
I was told to hand deliver to the 4 news media we had in town at that time. We had 2 radio stations and 2 newspapers. After I had lunch, I went back out to the base. First phone call that I got when I got back to the office was a fellow from London, England. His interest was, why did we put out the press release in the manner we did? And how did Major Marcel know how to fly this object? I had to explain to him that the press release was put out on the orders of the base commander, number 1. And number 2, Major Marcel did not fly this object. He took this material and put it on an aeroplane, and the aeroplane was flown to Fort Worth. The phone rang and rang and rang and rang until I would guess somewhere around 4:30, as I got home somewhere around 5 o'clock. That was the end of it. The next morning, when I went out and picked up the newspaper, it said that headline that General Ramey emptied our saucer. The story was done.
Ramey says that so far as can be determined, no one saw the object in the air, and he describes it as being made of some sort of tinfoil.
That was aluminum foil, or a foil of some kind. It is not the material, just so that the material that he brought into Ramey's office is not what he was photographed with. That was more of the cover-up. I believe he said, I didn't want to be a liar about this, but when I was told this is what you're going to do, when the general tells you, you did it. Simple.
Jesse Marcel, in fact, told a number of people that it was a weather balloon. When he was shown the picture in the book, he said, that's not the stuff I brought home.
You know, when he came back from Carswell, after flying the debris, he did tell me not to talk about this, told my mother not to talk about this. This is a non-event. Play like it never happened. Don't even talk about this with your friends, which I didn't. And years later, he confided that he was actually part of the cover-up because he went along with the Air Force explanation, even though he knew full well that that was not true.
What do you think about the weather balloon story?
I think it's been a lie from the beginning. But they have to cover up some way. There was no weather balloon. My dad would not have gotten excited over a weather balloon. He was not easily excitable. And this is the most thrilled I'd ever seen him in my life. He thought that was the most fantastic thing in the world. Roswell was a brainwashed town. When the government said, It was not a flying saucer. There were no space people here. It was a weather balloon. The people in Roswell said, okay, it's a weather balloon.
Roswell seems to be the first event like this because they were simply not prepared. So we've got a lot of interest in this area. The lid is slowly being shut down. And it's absolutely brilliant what they did. They announced they have a flying saucer, but they've already captured it. They've already got it. There's nothing to see, so nobody goes out looking for the thing. Then they shift everything to Fort Worth. The higher headquarters says, no, those guys made a mistake. It was just a weather balloon. The press can't find Jesse Marcel because he's in Fort Worth and he's been silenced. They can't find Mac Brazel because he's held at the guest house here at the base. All the people they can find, General Ramey. General Ramey is saying it's a weather balloon. Colonel Blanchard suddenly goes on leave on Tuesday. So you can't get a hold of anybody. Blanchard's gone, Marcel's gone, the rancher's gone. All you can get are official spokesmen saying, yeah, it's a weather balloon. Press has got nowhere to go. The story dies at that point. Nothing to go on. And everybody forgets about it until Jesse Marcel says, I picked up pieces of a flying saucer.
So other than those people that had any immediate access to the material and handled it or saw it, the story was over. We had made a mistake.
Fear will do a lot of things. And that was fear. In 1947, it was much easier to intimidate a child than it is in today's world. We were not exposed to things like TV, and we didn't have a TV in 1947. And it was just, we were a very patriotic town. If we were told you don't do something for government safety, the safety of your country, we didn't do it. I'm not sure what the time span was, maybe 3 days, maybe 4. Could have been less, it could have been more. That I was at home and a car came driving up the driveway, and we had a pretty long driveway. It was a military car. And Mother and I walked to the door. They knocked on the door, and I answered the door, and Mother was beside me, and he told Mother who he was and that he wanted to talk to the girl that had been down at the fire station. And so she told him it was me. So he came in. And we started to sit down in the living room, and he said, no, I want you go in there in the dining room. You could see the dining room from the living room there. He told Mother to sit at the end of the table, and he told me to sit at the side. He positioned himself across the table, and he told us to sit down, and he stood. And he said, I understand you were at the fire station the other day. And I told him, yes, I was. And he started out by saying, I want you to understand that you were never there. And I didn't understand what he meant, because this was kind of not a way of talking that we were accustomed to. And I said, yes, I was there. And he said, no, you weren't. And I said, yeah, I was there. And he had mentioned at first that he wanted to see the one who had seen the piece of material that they had been handling down at the station. And I said, yes, I did handle it. And he started emphasizing, no, you didn't. Well, my mother was pretty strict, and we didn't lie. So I'm insistent that, yes, I saw it, yes, I held it. And he got mad, and the more I insisted I had seen it, he didn't just come out and say, this is not something you're going to be allowed to talk about. He was trying to get it through my head that I never saw it. And he got louder, and he had one of those looks like a small baseball bat that hooks on the side of your belt, and he took that out, and he's holding it, and he starts beating his hand. Every time he said something, he would hit that on his hand, and he would say, I want you to understand, you were never there. You did not see anything. You did not hear a conversation. And he said, if you can't understand this, there are things that we can do. He asked Mother, he said, can she keep a secret? And Mother said, yes. She said, just tell her what you want her to do. And he said, well, first of all, you got to understand that if you ever talk about this the rest of your life, he said, there are things that we can do, and we'll do them now. We can take all of you kids. We will take you either to Orchard Park or to Artesia. Orchard Park was the German POW camp during World War II, and Artesia was the Japanese POW camp. And he said, but we don't have to do that. We don't even have to let you live. He said, we'd put you in one, we'd put your parents in the other one, but we don't have to do that. He said, we can take you out here in the middle of this desert. He said, no one will ever find your bodies, ever. No one will ever know what happened to you. And so he said, the only way I'm going to let you stay around or live is if you promise you'll never talk about this the rest of your life. So I told him I wouldn't. But that really was pretty much all that was involved. He was probably there at the house maybe 45 minutes to an hour. Mother sent me into the bedroom, and I don't know what he had to say to her afterwards. One of the other military police that was with him stayed in the backyard with the younger kids so they didn't come in the house while he was there. And I never discussed it again until recently. And I'm sorry, I just... Someday I will get over it. I haven't yet.
Your mother must have had a hard time explaining to you. Obviously, you were raised to be honest.
She never talked to us about it. Never. It was never mentioned again.
From the time you came walking out of your bedroom?
From the time I went to the bedroom until the day she died, we never mentioned it. There was no conversation.
What about your father?
I never talked to him about it either. I'm sure they must have talked to him down at the station.
You must have gotten a good talking to.
I imagine he did. Excuse me just a moment.
That's okay. That's okay. Frankie, you want a drink or something?
No, I just wish this whole thing would go away. It doesn't go away. And it doesn't get any easier. Because every time that I tell somebody about it, I feel like I'm 12 years old again. I can see the guy standing there with his sunglasses on, and he never took his hat off, and he never took his sunglasses off, beating his hand with that stick and threatening us. And at the time he did it, it was okay. Because we'd been through the war, we understood, and I didn't realize it was intimidation. I had no idea what it was until probably the last 5 years, actually. Because I never talked about it again. I never mentioned it to anybody. When this all came out and my kids found out about it, they were really upset with me.
Why?
Because I never told them about it. I have a husband who was very upset with me about it, too, because I never told him about it.
What was it that made you finally talk about it?
Kevin Randall.
If we had Frankie Rowe's story stand alone, I would be bothered by it. A 12-year-old girl who meets with military officers can certainly misconstrue what they're trying to tell her, especially the way that they arrived at her house. We know the event took place because her sister corroborates it. Her sister corroborates her father's involvement. We have affidavits on that. So, yeah, I believe Frankie Rowe's story. I think that they did visit her, and they did suggest the things she says they suggest. And I believe that because we know that others were intimidated in similar fashions. We have the military people telling us they were sworn to secrecy. All of this going on around it. So Frankie Rowe is not standalone. There's corroborative testimony that suggests somebody was putting pressure on people to silence them, and they used what means were necessary to keep those people silent. With the military people, it was merely the threat of imprisonment and going to jail because they understood that. With some of the civilians, they were told that if you ever talk about it, you will be killed. One of the people, I forgot, Sheriff Wilcox, his family was told the same thing, that if he talked about it, not only would he be killed, his wife would be killed, and his daughters would be killed. The whole family would be wiped out. That comes from Sheriff Wilcox's granddaughter, Barbara Duggar, who heard the story from her grandmother. So we have a wide range of testimonies from various individuals telling us of the pressures that were placed on them to keep them silent. And I think they used a technique that was best for that specific group of individuals.
The material that was found out on the debris field was secondary to the crash of the actual object on the night of the 4th of July. I have heard secondhand that there were alien bodies.
My mother had a friend. I told you she and I never talked about it again. She had a lady that would come out and visit with her occasionally, and this woman's husband was working out at the base. He was a painter, contracting to the government, and he was painting in the base hospital the day they brought them in, and he saw the one walking in. And I heard Mother and Yulame talking about Herbert seeing the one that walked in, and that they brought others in on stretchers. And Mother said to Yulame, "Did Herbert tell you what the face looks like? Because Dan said it looked like the child of the earth." And Yulame said, "That's what Herbert said." And of course they put them in this side room, but a bunch of guys are not going to just stand there, you know. They're going to peek if they possibly can, and they looked. And I'm sure that probably Mother and Yulame and maybe Daddy and Herbert, and maybe there was more discussion than I know about, but not in my presence. It's the only reference I ever heard her make about that. But I think that was done before they came out to the house. Because after they came out to the house, I never heard another comment.
The U.S. Air Force is about to tell us what it says happened. We're going over to the Pentagon now, where Colonel John Haynes of the U.S. Air Force will tell us
Good afternoon,
what
ladies and
happened.
gentlemen.
For some bizarre reason, the Air Force, which whenever you queried it about UFOs said we have no interest in UFOs, if you feel threatened by them, contact the local law enforcement, decided they were going to reinvestigate the Roswell case.
The conclusion of the first report left no doubt that what was recovered near Roswell, New Mexico in July 1947 was debris from a formerly top-secret Army Air Forces research project, codenamed Mogul.
1947, they told us it was a balloon with a Raywin target attached to it. They then looked at their documentation and said, well, we told a little white lie in 1947. Instead of just being a normal meteorological balloon, it was part of the array train for what was then classified, the classified project, Project Mogul.
Mogul was an attempt to acoustically detect Soviet nuclear blast and ballistic missile launches.
The Air Force said that explains it. It's a highly classified project. The people at Roswell wouldn't have recognized the balloon. That's why it was covered up. We didn't want the people to get back to Project Mogul. Where this falls down is they have no documentation to prove what was picked up at Roswell was a Project Mogul balloon. The people at Roswell, Jesse Marcel, for example, the air intelligence officer, was part of Operations Crossroads, and we're told that the Raywin targets and the meteorological balloons were used as part of the atomic testing, so he should have been familiar with the balloons. So you've got a situation where They're saying these guys with their fingers on the triggers, if you will, can't identify a balloon and are so hysterically possessed that they claim it's a flying saucer. They didn't review the tapes of Louis Rickett, the counterintelligence NCOIC at the base, who saw the debris and commented on it. They didn't review the tapes of Major Edwin Easley, who told me that he couldn't talk about it because it was still classified 47 years later. Told me a number of times in our first conversation, I can't talk about it. I was sworn to secrecy. They didn't even talk to Brigadier General Arthur Exon, who reported that he flew over the two distinct sites, and reports the gouge. A balloon will not leave a gouge. So they didn't talk to the people I would think were key people. Instead, they talked to the people that are going to lead them directly to the Project Mogul explanation and let it go at that. They say this was a top secret project, implying there was special equipment. It's a neoprene balloon and ray wind targets. Ray wind targets had been used for 20 years. At first they were used because they reflected the sun and they could track them visually much easier. Now they were adapted to radar use. Irving Newton said that he launched literally hundreds of them during the invasion of Okinawa. There's nothing special about these balloons, nothing at all. And by placing it with Project Mogul, we're implying that there was something unusual about these balloons, that there was something that would keep these people from identifying, but there wasn't.
This is in reference to Charles Moore, who was the project engineer on Mogul. With respect to the neoprene rubber used on those meteorological balloons, and they were standard meteorological balloons, the idea that the Mogul array was something special or out of the ordinary is an illusion. But Moore explained to me the type of rubber, how thin it was. He actually compared it to a giant condom. He said it was very thin, and that's what it looked like. And my response to that was, well, if that's the type of material that this resembled, it certainly isn't anything that would have fooled any members of the United States Armed Forces. Therefore, this was not a Mogul balloon.
I don't know that the Air Force has ever explained what took them so long to say this is the explanation, if this is the explanation. When I sent the first request to the Secretary of Defense for a response about the Roswell incident in view of the fact that there were these accusations, essentially of a government cover-up, the response I got was a very terse letter that said in about a sentence or two from the Air Force, we referred your letter to the National Archives, and that's all it said. The National Archives then said, we don't have any information about the Roswell incident, which I was convinced the Defense Department had to know before they were sending me there. So in other words, I thought I was getting the runaround. They believe that the records, in fact, were destroyed more than 4 decades ago. So there's not an individual on the job now we can just call up and say, what happened to these records? And so the GAO has simply no further recommendations or ideas on how to go farther.
The only records we're talking about being destroyed are communications from Roswell Army Airfield, 509th, only atomic bombing group in the world, out moving messages. How about the analysis of the materials? How about the autopsy reports? How about the eyewitness testimony from those who stood guard, those who carried it, those who tested it at various government labs? There ought to be a ton of other paper.
What happened to this? What happened to the one that was alive?
I'm positive that there's information being withheld from the public domain concerning the Roswell event.
There are a lot of things that our government hides. And it isn't right. They shouldn't. They especially shouldn't do it to a town like Roswell that was so supportive of every single thing that they did.
The story is going to end one of these days because there's nobody going to be able to refute it or say anything about it.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection.
Today's edition presents a roundup of the latest developments in the finding of a flying disc.
Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucer. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brizzell was the man who discovered the saucer. Colonel William Blanchard of the Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like. In Fort Worth, Texas, where the object was first sent, Brigadier General Roger Ramey says that it is being shipped by air to the AAF Research Center at Wright Field, Ohio. A few moments ago, I talked to officials at Wright Field, and they declared that they expect the so-called flying saucer to be delivered there, but that it hasn't arrived as yet. In the meantime, General Ramey describes the object as being of flimsy construction, almost like a box type. He says that it was so battered that he was unable to determine whether it had a disc form, and he does not indicate its size. Ramey says that so far as can be determined, no one saw the object in the air, and he describes it as being made of some sort of tinfoil.
I think at last count, I had spoken to around 4 people who handled various aspects of the debris. The most dramatic is the foil-like material that you could wad up in a ball and let it go and it would unfold itself.
My dad would not have gotten excited over a weather balloon. He was not easily excitable, and this is the most thrilled I'd ever seen him in my life. He thought that was the most fantastic thing in the world.
Ray Santilli changed his story in 2006. Up until then, he said that what you see on the alien autopsy film is 100% genuine. That is it. Then he changed his story and said, well, it's not quite true. A lot of the film, when we took it out of the canister, had degraded. And we were only left with glimpses of it. So what we did, we restored it, in inverted commas. So what you actually see is a restoration, and he compared it to when you restore a painting or a fresco or an old tapestry or whatever. However, why did he make 2 alien autopsy films? Because there are 2. So why would you have to have 2 restorations? If you were restoring the Mona Lisa, you wouldn't do an extra one, would you? Just in case. But he still claims that he did visit a military cameraman back in 1992 while in the United States, and he did show him alien autopsy film, and that his story basically is true, and he's sticking to that.
What people don't appreciate is that if you go to any major gallery around the world and you see a Leonardo da Vinci, or you see any of these great works from the 14th, 15th century, a lot of those paintings have been touched up so many times that there's very little on the canvas that actually comes from the original artist, especially the Last Supper, you know, which has been repainted maybe 5 times over the last 400 years. But I don't want to take anything away from the original film. I don't, and the fact that what we did was a restoration of that film. And I still go back to the fact that we put it out there and we asked broadcasters that had so much money, I can't tell you, especially Fox, and say, look, you investigate it, you know, and they spent a fortune investigating it, and they weren't able to debunk the film at all, and over the years, apart from the fact that some people have come out and said they may have been involved, the film still maintains its integrity entirely. And with the release of the CIA papers recently, I think there's no doubt that what happened in 1947 is something that needs to be investigated, and people should really take seriously.
Well, in 2001, when these emails were generated, the alien autopsy film still hadn't been proven to be a hoax. UFO researchers in general accepted that it probably was a hoax, but Santilli was still sticking with his original story. He hadn't changed it at that point. So why Kit Green and others and Bigelow became interested in it is a mystery at the moment. I don't have an answer for that at all. When we look at US billionaire Robert Bigelow, he's had a long-running interest in UFOs and still does today. And Bigelow had an organization called National Institute of Discovery Sciences. He employed a number of scientists to work and study UFOs. And it was largely applauded by the UFO community, but there were always, you know, some people who were suspicious. The way I'd look at the memo is that if this is going to the boss, Mr. Bigelow himself, he's the man that, you know, presumably paid these gentlemen for their work. Would you really want to upset the apple cart? I don't know if you would or not. There could well be a possible conflict of interest, and that's something that I don't think's been taken into account. And it's something that I personally think could well be an explanation for the content, or part of the content at least, for this email. When we look at Ray's story today, there are still a number of people who believe that Ray is telling the truth and that the alien autopsy film was real. And Ray said that he was threatened by whoever, mysterious forces. It is true that at one point his offices were burgled, but mysteriously the film wasn't stolen. It was still left behind. So there was a burglary, I believe, at Ray's office. So he's used that to his own benefit to say, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It wasn't a burglar, it was the powers that be, you know, the men in black. But there is no substance to this story, of course, and you know, people will believe what they want to believe. When we look back on the alien autopsy film and the various parts of it, Ray changed the story on a regular basis. First told us the tent footage was taken out in the desert. That was pulled. No, it was all a hoax done on me. they're going to release all the footage. Well, all of the footage wasn't released. You have one autopsy released. Why won't you release the other one? Oh, well, the German investor who paid the money for it, he wants to keep that for himself. That was another change in the story. If you look at Ray's own leaflet that he produced to publicise his own video that he had for sale, on the back of it, it quite clearly says, I cannot verify any of this as being authentic, you know? So he's, you know, the story has changed down the years, and I dare say, you know, if it crops up again, it'll change again. We shall see. One of the misnomers about Ray Santilli and the alien autopsy film is that he will claim that Kodak verified the age. That is not true. Kodak only ever saw pieces of film that had the edge code on it, the edge code being a triangle and a square. Kodak informed him that that edge code was recycled every 20 years, was used in 1927, 47, or 1967. Kodak at no time did see any film with any image of either the creature or the debris film, so they never verified its authenticity. Ray Santilli recently, for example, claimed that Kodak wouldn't analyze the film because they didn't want to get involved in the controversy. This is not true. You know, I personally spoke with Kodak in the UK, which is in Hertfordshire. They would gladly have tested the film for its age. They would not have commented on what the film may or may not have shown, but they would have analysed it for its age. And what is ironic is that Ray Santilli didn't live that far away from them. He could have taken it around and delivered it, you know, in person. Kodak even said, we'll even get the British Film Institute involved, because they are experts in handling and restoring and, you know, commenting on old film. But none of that happened, of course.
My guess is that this was done by somebody strictly for money. I think eventually it will be shown to be a hoax, but by that time, Santilli will have collected his royalties from the different television companies throughout the world, and he will have made the majority of his sales of videos.
When the alien autopsy film came out and people started to label it as a hoax, there was a number of people who were worried that if it was proven to be a hoax, that some people would then assume that the whole Roswell story was a hoax. Well, that never happened. The two were separated right from the very beginning. What it did do, in fact, was raise the interest in Roswell, the Roswell case in general, and UFOs in general. The alien autopsy film, you know, made its way into popular culture. It was featured in the X-Files TV series, The Simpsons, Seinfeld. You can find, you know, recreations of it in museums in Japan. There was one in Blackpool, believe it or not. In the United States, they were even having alien autopsy cakes for Halloween. So it is firmly ingrained in popular culture and has not done any damage to the overall Roswell story at all. If anything, it's helped raise the interest in it. What happened at Roswell in 1947? That's a good question. Even the UFO researchers and the skeptics agree on one thing, that something did crash. Something did come down, something solid, something, you know, that you could pick up and hold in your hands. I was recently speaking to one of the main Roswell researchers. He's the name of Kevin Randall. Kevin has a long military career as a helicopter pilot, and he also has a PhD, but he is one of the leading Roswell researchers. Kevin did a sort of a cold case review, if you like, just recently of the evidence and the witnesses who claim to have seen bodies at Roswell. And he's come to the conclusion that it's not as solid as we might first have imagined. So for someone of Kevin's stature to do that and say that is quite a revelation. However, he went on to say that he could find no conventional explanation for what happened at Roswell, i.e. a rocket, a balloon, a mogul balloon, you know, or anything else you can think of. He looked very hard to try and find a conventional explanation, but he couldn't find one. None that would match what the eyewitnesses were saying to him, and none that would, in his opinion, lead to the instigation of a cover-up. When you look at all the evidence for Roswell, I think it still remains a bit of an enigma. There is no evidence that can ultimately prove it was not of this earth. If it was there, you know, wouldn't that be fantastic? But it's not. It remains just out of your grasp. You think, well, maybe, but no. Same goes with the conventional explanations. There were those that were absolutely adamant this was Project Mogul. But when you look at the files of Project Mogul, the balloons that were due to be released that day weren't released because there was bad weather. And of course, what happened in Roswell was supposed to have happened during a thunderstorm. So that would kind of make sense. Same with the V-2 rockets that were, you know, recovered from the Germans at the end of the Second World War. They were all accounted for, nothing went astray. There's no atomic bombs fallen where they shouldn't have done. So you can't put your finger on any one thing that will say this is definitely is. What you have to do is just look at the evidence for yourself and reach your own conclusion. And hopefully that someday, somewhere, something will turn up that will finally, you know, say, well, it's that, whatever that may be.
There actually have been, and may now be present in the Earth's atmosphere, strange aerial objects. Some are of a geometric order. Others can only be described as brilliant light sources. Their form cannot be determined. So far, science has not been able to explain them satisfactorily as natural phenomena.
We've been circling over Washington for more than an hour, passing through the exact points in the sky where strange objects have been seen. As it grows darker, conditions are improving. If during the next half hour there are any reports on these mysterious blips, we're going to head straight for them. Stand by.
Hello? This Haut supposed to be on here? Well, I identified myself as the director of the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, which for 12 years has been carrying on a private research into UFOs with the intention of trying to get the facts and present them to Congress, the press, and the public. I won't call it a conspiracy because that would mean that they were immediately at the start making an arrangement with the Air Force. I think that possibly the Air Force was aware of Dr. Condon's negative attitude and did not think that he was going overboard toward a positive answer. I think that this report is extremely flimsy. It's such a meager operation. It evades a number of cases in which the Air Force itself said there was no explanation. I'm going to introduce first Dr. McDonald for a brief statement, and Dr. Saunders, and then we'll throw it open for questions.
It began to hit me that Dr. Condon has apparently not read his own material very carefully, and that would, again, I'm afraid, be consistent with his general remoteness from what really went on in the project. I say that because when we tallied First of all, the 59 major cases numbered and identified in the report, we found that the percentage of unexplained cases with which the Condon Committee is left at the end of their scrutiny is 5 to 6 times larger than the percentage of unexplains that Project Blue Book, Air Force Project Blue Book, has been talking about for the last 10 years. They have said 1 to 2, 3%. The number has varied from year to year, Project Blue Book. Of the 59 cases, a fraction of about 1/6 are unexplained in this sample. Furthermore, in a sample of 35 that's in another part of the report, Gordon Thayer, a very competent radar propagation and optics man, has gone through. 20% of those cases are unexplained. So here we have a strange situation of the Air Force going along saying for 15 or so years that the unexplained percentage is only 1 or 2%. My own view of the problem is that it ought to be about 25 or 30% when you look at the Air Force cases. But giving Dr. Condon this assignment, and he goes through the whole thing, and you do an actual tabulation, which he doesn't seem to have done, and you find his percentage of unexplains is 5 to 6 times larger than the Air Force. And yet, what is his principal recommendation? The principal recommendation that Dr. Condon has come through with is there's nothing of scientific interest that warrants further attention on the part of the federal government here in any major way. He recommends dropping the whole problem. We looked at their files. Interviewed now about 400 or 500 witnesses, have been at it a couple of years, and I am one scientist who has been forced farther and farther to the position that the extraterrestrial hypothesis, but I underscore that word hypothesis, is the most probable hypothesis. I'm ready to throw it over when I see something that categorically rules it out, but this is my position.
I feel that over a period of time, a couple of years now, that I have been in a position to look at some of the evidence, and certainly I have not seen all of the evidence that might be pertinent. I too have been driven in the direction of recognizing that there are cases that are not explainable in conventional terms. This at least leaves us with the existence of a real UFO. Beyond that, there is the question of whether some of these real UFOs may be under intelligent control. Again, at the present time, I would say that I have seen evidence that is readily interpretable in such terms, but which may also be susceptible of other interpretation.
I talked with Dr. Condon so many times, and he said he was always misquoted, but every time he was misquoted, it was always in the one direction. We also have statements from people who were present at the meeting. One of them was a scientist where he told a lot of these funny contactee stories and so forth, and the scientist said that at no time gave any indication of a serious approach to it, and it was obvious if he kept on that way it was going to be a negative report.
I happen to have spent some time in the past year making a study of the nature of the kinds of points of view that one can have toward this problem. My conclusion in that area is that there are in fact 5 different points of view that one can have towards this problem. One of these I would label as prejudiced. A second one I would label as being party line. A third one I would label as being skeptical, and by that I mean open-minded. A fourth one would be that point of view of the believer, and a fifth one is the point of view of the contactee. Contactee, the individual who operates on the assumption that it is possible to communicate with the occupants of flying saucers or UFOs or whatever you choose to call them. Now, within this framework, we can recognize 2 points of view which are generally opposed to the reality of the UFO phenomenon, and 2 points of view which start from the assumption that the phenomenon is real. And 1 point of view, which I listed in the middle, which starts from the assumption that reports are real and may contain information that is of some potential value. Now, I've been asked to identify myself, and by now it should be obvious that I would prefer to be regarded in that middle point of view. The believer is someone who accepts the idea that there are real UFOs and directs his attention to the question, why are they here? What are they doing? What do they want from us? What are their motivations? There is the assumption of intelligence or intelligent control, but not necessarily the assumption of direct communication between these intelligences and our own intelligence.
A non-believer would be someone who did not believe at all in anything connected with UFOs, same way I used to be, thought it was nonsense, complete nonsense. It took reading hundreds of reports and talking with hundreds of witnesses, many pilots and others, before I was convinced. Now let's say that, all right, you don't have to prove the extraterrestrial answer, but here are reports that prove there have been devices under intelligent control, seen, tracked by radar, sometimes simultaneously tracked by two radar stations to get a fix on it. Now one is often enough, but when you get two that confirm identically what is seen visually, that's a pretty tight case. Now the most probable answer was observation by extraterrestrial beings or controlled machines making observations of the Earth. Now this is exactly what the Air Force said in 1948. They've had a top secret estimate of the situation which said that these things were interplanetary devices. And they've denied it for years, but finally it was admitted in a letter to one of our subcommittee chairmen.
Even if there was such a letter, it in essence was unimportant because it represented lower level thinking that was overruled as not being well supported at a higher level.
It was overruled because the chief of staff said that it was certainly risky to put out such a statement when you could cause a lot of excitement and perhaps even panic. You have no answers to what the things might be, whether there was any hostility involved, and I don't know of any evidence there is, but at least it was overruled. But the point is that they denied it all that time. If the National Academy of Sciences had put 1/10 as much time into investigating these things and collecting reports from competent people, I mean daylight sightings of machines, not merely lights seen at night in the sky, formation, changing formation, radar scopes showing the formations and showing objects switch from one to the other, all of which were immediately classified by Air Force regulation. If they'd spent any time looking into it, they wouldn't have made that statement. Now, I was a skeptic too. It took me almost a year before I stopped laughing about it. What it should boil down to is this: an open investigations, independent of any government agency. Maybe the government would have to provide some, but there should be some way of making it open so there would be no chance for charges of being biased, to find out what is back of this.
Have we been contacted by extraterrestrial life? There is no right or wrong answer to that question. We could have been, quite possibly. We've talked about Roswell. That could have been, our first contact with extraterrestrial life. It could be that extraterrestrial life is so far in advance of us that it's here all around us that we as a species are just too dumb to recognize it. It could be, as the ancient astronaut theorists proposed, that the Earth was visited millennia ago, and that the gods that we've worshipped down the decades, down the millennia, were in fact not gods at all, but they were beings from another star system, chariots of the gods, ancient astronauts. There is no definitive proof for any of these, but it certainly does give you food for thought. The things that floats around UFO research, be it here in the UK or overseas, is, are the governments, the major governments of this world, keeping secrets from us that we have indeed made contact with beings from another world? Well, we know that governments do keep secrets. It's part of what they should do. It is their job to keep certain things secret. In my opinion, I think they keep secrets of UFO sightings. I think we can prove that quite easily. But I personally believe that the governments are not hiding any secrets of alien contact, that in fact one of the reasons they do keep certain UFO events secret is because they are as puzzled and as baffled as the rest of us. The things that make us, the chemicals that make us and our Earth, they are in abundance, you know, throughout the universe. So there is no reason why life shouldn't exist elsewhere. It's probably mathematically impossible for it not to exist. That doesn't mean, of course, that it's contacting us here on Earth, here and now. As our science stands at the moment, the visible universe is 48 billion light years across. And within that universe, there are an estimated 2 trillion galaxies. Whether you are a believer, for example, in a deity, a god of some kind, and believe in creation, or whether you believe in Charles Darwin and evolution, whichever way you look at it, for us to be alone here on this planet is an awful waste of space. You know, and I think it's highly improbable that we are the only life in this huge universe. You know, we don't want to know that perhaps it's a rare form of natural phenomena, or that we are having some kind of illusion when we see things. Belief in extraterrestrials is no different, in my opinion, to belief in a god. You know, there's no proof that God exists, but nonetheless, millions of people, if not billions, do believe in a deity of some kind. It is the most fantastic idea, but it's certainly the most popular. As the days go by, we're finding more and more extrasolar planets. We're finding out more about our own solar system. I think if you were a gambling man, you'd lay odds that the planet Mars at one point did host life, albeit maybe just bacterial life, but life nonetheless. The question is, are UFOs ET vehicles visiting the Earth? That's an even bigger question. The proof for that is not yet there. There's a lot of evidence, but not proof. So I'll continue along until perhaps, you know, I'm convinced one way or another. The biggest truth about Roswell is that something did crash there. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, they all agree on one thing, that something crashed at Roswell in early July 1947. The other big fact is that the United States Air Force have changed their explanation for what happened at Roswell at least 3 or 4 times. So that's a real fact. And it makes you wonder if they're going to change it again at some point in the future. Well, we shall see. When you look at the ways and the reasons why the United States authorities have changed their explanations for what happened, it's always been as a result of what the UFO researchers have uncovered. So they've changed their explanation to try and do away with the information that's been uncovered by colleagues of mine in the States and things like that. One of the things they always denied at Roswell is that there was no bodies there. This was Project Mogul. There was no bodies, no dummies. It was just equipment that was used on it. However, after the alien autopsy had been shown around the world, they came up with an explanation for the bodies for the first time, saying these were anthropomorphic dummies used for parachute testing. But they weren't used until the early 1950s, so they even got the wrong decade with that. When you see these dummies, they look pretty much like you and me. They're just made of wood. They came up with an explanation because of what was happening elsewhere in UFO research. We're just a bunch of warring tribes, aren't we? So if you were flying past, would you really want to call in amongst this mayhem? Perhaps not, which is a shame, because when you see the Earth from space, it is a beautiful looking place. It really is. It does look like paradise. Something did crash at Roswell. You know, even the authorities in the US admit that. The thing about Roswell is that it's a bit of a dilemma, because you cannot find any man-made item, vehicle, balloon, rocket, whatever, that would account for what happened and account for the eyewitnesses' testimony or what they described. On the other hand, when people claim that alien bodies were found, when you examine their testimony, it's usually second or third hand testimony, and it just doesn't add up. It's just out of your grasp. So even if you're a skeptic, you can't positively prove it was a balloon or a crashed rocket from White Sands, or if you believe it was an extraterrestrial. Again, you haven't quite got that proof. So you lie somewhere in the middle, and that's why people still continue to research it, of course. From a skeptical approach, when you look at Roswell, the skeptics have hung their hat on Project Mogul. And they'll even say it was Project Mogul launch number 4, I think. But when you look in the archives for that particular launch, it was cancelled because of the poor weather conditions. So even Project Mogul was just a balloon, or an array of balloons. The only thing that was secret about it was what it was looking for, what it was testing for. The actual equipment that it used wouldn't fool anybody, and Major Marcel, who was the first on site, had not long finished his training in using weather balloons, so he knew what balloons looked like, and he certainly wouldn't have been fooled. There are those that believe that at some point, either the President of the United States or the UN will admit that Roswell was X, Y, or Z. In fact, the only US president to ever mention it in public was Bill Clinton, and it was at a speech he did in Belfast many years ago, and it was in result to some young man writing to him. So he mentioned it in his speech in public.
I got a letter from 13-year-old Ryan from Belfast. Now, Ryan, if you're out in the crowd tonight, here's the answer to your question. No. As far as I know, an alien spacecraft did not crash in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. And Ryan, if the United States Air Force did recover alien bodies, they didn't tell me about it either, and I want to know.
I doubt we'll ever hear any official statement other than what we already have. And all the first-hand eyewitnesses to the events have all gone. They've all passed away. So the chances of finding anything new are slimmer than ever, but we never know. We'll keep on looking for that missing link, the Holy Grail, the Rosetta Stone, whatever you want to call it. Maybe it's lying in somebody's filing cabinet somewhere. I'm always hopeful. I'm always positive. Things do turn up, so we remain ever optimistic. My whole take on the alien autopsy film and new leaks and new evidence and so on takes me back to when I first met Spiros Malaris. Now, Spiros didn't know me from Adam, and I told him there and then that this film will never go away, it will never die. And he thought I was nuts. But now he agrees with me. It will never go away, it will never die. No matter what happens, there are those, as I've said, believe it's real, that Ray Santilli has been silenced. So even if Ray stood up tomorrow and said, I'm sorry guys, but it really was a hoax, and Spiros Malaris and John Humphreys and co really did make it, and it was filmed in a flat in Camden, and Keith Bateman did indeed make the tent footage in a farm in Bedfordshire, there would be those that would not believe him. They would say he's been got at, and he's been forced to say this, and it's all disinformation. So that just makes me sigh. It makes me really sad. And it makes me think, why did I bother for those 14 years? One of the reasons why I bothered, that we've not quite mentioned, is that I, at one point, was called Ray Santilli's accomplice. So it became a personal matter for me. On a personal basis, I'm more than happy that eventually I did indeed get to the bottom of it, as I sat one day and told Ray Santilli I would, and told him to his face, and he just smiled and said, okay. So, you know, I can be quite pleased with myself that I did get to the bottom of it. It just took me a lot longer than I expected. When I first became interested in the UFO subject, I had a number of questions, but one overrode them all, and that was, were UFOs real?
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
A simple enough question, one you would have thought could be answered in no time at all. How naive was I? I'd pretty much given up on the paranormal at that point because it always seemed to be out of your grasp, nothing physical. And I wanted something that I could study and put under a microscope. And after all these years of research and investigation, when we look at the Roswell incident, as it's more commonly known, it could well be that that is the best case that has the best answer for showing that perhaps in the desert of Roswell, New Mexico, in 1947, we had first contact with beings not of this earth.
Well, there you are. Is that convincing that we have interplanetary visitors in our midst?
Ancient and mysterious, powerful and deadly, all-knowing and generous. The gods of Egypt were many things. They originated many thousands of years ago in a land far away from Egypt. Over time they evolved, changed, adapted, and grew in mystery. Their stories are filled with great battles and vengeance, of cycles of nature and the balance of the very universe. Their tales, a real Game of Thrones. From the gods of the underworld such as Osiris and Anubis, to the gods of light such as Amun-Ra and Horus, the lives and actions of the gods of ancient Egypt explain our very existence and our place in the universe. The mysteries of all that is and ever shall be were explored in their lives. Their influence has travelled across continents and across time. Our own so-called religions are full of them under different names. This is the fascinating story of the real gods of Egypt. The ancient Egyptian religions were very complex. Polytheistic beliefs and multiple rituals formed integral parts of their society. The gods were believed to be in control of and present within the very forces which controlled nature itself. The rituals and practices of the ancient Egyptians were created to gain the favour of the various deities of the various forces of nature in order to control the outcome. Most of the formal practices centred around the pharaoh, who was believed to be God on earth and possesses divine power or force. He was the man between them and the gods. And it was his role to sustain the gods with rituals and offerings so that they could maintain order in the universe. To make sure this worked, huge efforts were made to provide the pharaoh with what he needed, and the thousands of priests did very well out of the deal. Massive constructions across ancient Egypt were testament to the importance placed upon appeasing and gaining the favour of the gods of force. An individual could pray to a particular deity and ask for help, or he could compel them to do his bidding through magic. One is asking, one is telling. There is a direct correlation between the rise of religious institutions in Egypt with the decline in power of the pharaoh. Death was of major importance, with Egyptians going to great lengths to ensure a safe journey through the underworld for their loved ones. Funerary practices were expensive and often complicated. Tombs, grave goods, mummification, offerings and more all made it a rich man's game, but the poor did what they could. Over time the battle of the gods evolved. Some rose high in prominence, others fell. It was all about the battles between the priests of the competing temples. Ra, Ammon and Isis were pushed aside when Akhenaten decided that the temple system would be moved to a new location, and the Aten or sun disk would now hold the greatest slot. It did not last, and his new temple city disappeared beneath the sand. It would be some time before a truly monotheistic religion would rise again. The gods of Egypt arise in a collection of myths from ancient Egypt which describe their actions as a method of understanding the world around them. Understanding the gods of Egypt and their myths is crucial to understanding ancient Egypt itself. There is no separation of church and state, of life and religion, because all are intertwined. From farming to pharmacy, from politics to play, all things involve the gods, for the gods are all things. The myths are inspired by the cycles of nature itself. Life is a series of patterns, repeating again and again. This is the present age to them. Before their time, things were linear, and events unfolded to create the patterns. Maat is the fundamental order of the universe, and the most important myths are those of creation itself. Here, the gods formed existence from chaos, creating the patterns. The rise of the sun god Ra, the myths of Osiris, Isis and Horus, against this chaotic god, Set. Ra rises in the sky and continues the pattern of existence. He goes down each night into the Underworld, or Duat. The struggle is constant against chaos. Life and death were simply part of this continued pattern, rising like Ra and setting. Mythology inspired and influenced Egyptian culture. Religious rituals and royal leaders, life and death, food, sex, education, art, culture, and more were all part and parcel of the greater living myth of the life of the gods. In a mirror of human dynasties, the gods themselves altered in power. The priests of each deity would use their influence, and there are hundreds of cases of one god usurping a special location and claiming dominance over another. A battle of the gods was truly at work. And so we must begin our journey into the gods themselves. We begin with Amun. who has been around ever since the Old Kingdom and the earliest days. Known as Ammon and Amen, by the 11th dynasty he had become the patron deity of Thebes, the holiest of holy places for the gods. Following a rebellion and the rise of Ahmose I, Ammon became nationally important and was fused with the sun god Ra to become Ammon-Ra. Across time, Ammon-Ra maintained his chief post. The only time this slipped was under the king Akhenaten, who raised Aten to the highest position. Ammon-Ra was self-created, champion of the poor and weary. Everybody loved and worshipped him. He was the king of all gods, and almost became monotheistic when other gods were said to be mere manifestations of him. His influence grew so large that nations outside of Egypt began worshipping him, and there are good reasons to suggest that Islamic, Jewish and Christian God is based upon him and his myths. In Greece, Ammon-Ra became known as Zeus. Originally, Ammon was the god of the wind, until he merged with Ra and also Min, the god of fertility and creation. These newfound powers made him the greatest of the deities. From the Nubian sun god, he adopted the symbol of the ram. He was the god people came to when they wanted mercy for their own wrongdoing, or if they felt wrong done too. He was the god who hears the prayers, who comes at the cry of the poor and distressed. Beware of him, they said. The people were to repeat him to their sons and daughters, to speak his name far and wide. He was big and small. He was all things yet to come, fishes in the deep, birds in heaven. He never spends an entire day angry, and he was merciful. For many years the priests of Ammon at Thebes were so powerful that they were effectively the leaders of the nation and held power over the economy. They owned 2/3 of all the temples and 90% of Egypt's ships. The son of one high priest was actually manipulated onto the throne itself, and one high priest himself actually became pharaoh and ruler of the 21st dynasty. By the 10th century BC, this dominance began to decline, but his worship maintained. His influence upon the wider world is actually massive. He is even mentioned in the Bible. In Greece, he became Zeus Ammon. After the Battle of Issus, Alexander the Great was declared the son of Ammon and considered himself divine. The words ammonia and ammonite are derived from Ammon, because certain properties were said to be from Ammon. We turn now to one of the most mysterious of Egyptian deities seen in copious movies and works of fiction, Anubis. In truth, the word Anubis is the Greek name of an Egyptian deity associated with mummification in the afterlife. He was depicted as a canine, or a man with a canine head, and was known at the time as the golden jackal or the African golden wolf. Just like other Egyptian deities, Anubis had many roles. He was the protector of graves, embalmer, and was later replaced by Osiris as the lord of the Underworld. He ushered souls into the afterlife and attended the weighing of their souls. This act would decide whether the dead would be allowed to enter the realm of the dead. His colour is black, which symbolised rebirth from the colour of fertile silt of the Nile, and also the colour of a corpse which turns after embalming. In the Old Kingdom, Anubis was the most important god of the dead. He was replaced in that role by Osiris during the Middle Kingdom. It is because of this association with the mysteries of death and the afterlife that Anubis has crept strongly into popular culture today in a scary way. In fact, he was not at all scary and helped people who had suffered the loss of life to go to a better place. Our next deity is the goddess of warfare in Lower Egypt. In Greece, she is known as Eleuros. In Egypt, she was known as Bastet, and her worship began in the Second Dynasty. In Upper Egypt, they worship Sekhmet, the lioness goddess, in the same role, and normally at the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, deities were merged, but in this case, Sekhmet and Bastet maintained their own identities. During the 22nd dynasty, Bastet transformed from lioness warrior deity into a protector deity represented as a cat. During later dynasties, the deity remained, but was assigned a lesser role in the pantheon by bearing the name Bastet instead of the earlier Bast. This happened after Thebes became the capital of ancient Egypt during the 18th dynasty. As they rose to great power, the priests of the Temple of Amun shifted the other deities down the league as their own Amun-Ra rose. Bastet was originally a lioness warrior goddess of the sun throughout most of ancient Egyptian history. But later she was changed into the cat goddess, which is familiar today. Greeks, occupying ancient Egypt towards the end of its civilization, changed her into a goddess of the moon. In Lower Egypt, she was defender of the pharaoh and the later deity Rowe. Her name was associated with the jars in which Egyptians stored their ointment used as perfume. Bastet thus gradually became regarded as the goddess of perfumes. Because of this, she was regarded as the wife of Anubis, the god of embalming. Our next deity was the most important of all the sacred animals in ancient Egypt. He was worshipped in Memphis and served as a go-between for humans and Ptah, Osiris and Atum. He is the bull god, Apis. His worship is there right at the start of Egyptian history, connected with fertility. Archaeology reveals burials of bulls, indicating that the bull was divine long before and possibly represented the king himself. His worship continued after the Egyptians with the Greeks and even the Romans, and lasted until the 5th century AD. The bull was chosen because of its strength and virility. It was the manifestation of the pharaoh. Apis was one of the Egyptian gods for which Alexander the Great performed a sacrifice during his seizure of the country from the Persians. We turn now to one of the very earliest of Egyptian deities, Khnum, the god of the source of the Nile. This was an important position, for all life along the river relied upon the annual flooding to bring fertility to the land. He was the God who created human children at his potter's wheel and placed them within the mother's womb. He was the divine potter. In fact, he was the third aspect of Rowe, the god of rebirth, creation, and the evening sun. Now one of the most significant deities in Egyptian mythology, the god Horus. There are many depictions of Horus, and Egyptologists treat them all as separate deities, although it is possible they were all just different manifestations of the same deity. He is mostly depicted as a falcon or falcon-headed man. Commonly, Horus is the son of Isis and Osiris, and is a rival to Set, although in the earliest form he was their brother. However, there is another tradition that Haut was his mother and wife. He was the god of the sky, war, and hunting. Horus means falcon, but also the distant one, and the one who is above. In life, the pharaoh was Horus. In death, he became Osiris, two aspects of the same soul. A new Horus appeared as a new pharaoh appeared. As the representation or embodiment of Horus, Pharaoh was divine, a god on earth, and because Horus was produced by Atum, the greatest, he was part of Atum, and so therefore was the Pharaoh. Eventually this simply evolved into Pharaoh becoming the son of Ra. The myth of Horus is very interesting and parallels the Christian myth. He was born to the virgin goddess Isis, after she collected the dismembered parts of her murdered husband Osiris. Only his penis was missing, which had been thrown into the Nile. The myths vary, but she eventually managed to get herself pregnant by magic. She fled to escape her jealous brother, Set, and gave birth to Horus. Horus, as the sky, had two eyes. His right eye was the sun, and his left the moon. As a falcon, he flew across the sky. The moon was not as bright as the sun, because he had battled with Set, who gouged out his left eye, and a new one created to replace it. The Eye of Horus is an ancient Egyptian symbol of protection and royal power from deities, in this case from Horus or Ra. The word for the symbol was Wadjet. It was the eye of the one of the earliest of Egyptian deities, Wadjet, who later became associated with Bast, Mut and Hathor as well. Wadjet was a solar deity, and this symbol began as her eye, an all-seeing eye. It was adopted by Horus and Ra. Horus was a god of war and hunting. Thus, he became a symbol of majesty and power, as well as the model of the pharaohs. The pharaohs were said to be Horus in human form. Horus was given the role of protecting humans from his brother, Set, by his mother, Isis. Set was the god of the desert who had killed his father, Osiris. Over time, Horus battled many times with Set to avenge his father and to choose the next pharaoh. The mother of Horus is the great Isis. She was so widely worshipped that her influence spread to Greece and Rome, and indeed, she is associated with Mary, the mother of Jesus. She is seen as the ideal mother and wife. She is the patron of nature and magic, a friend of slaves, sinners, artists, and yet she also hears the prayers of the rich, maidens and rulers. She is the protector of the dead and goddess of children. Her name means throne, and her headdress is often depicted as a throne. She represented the pharaoh's power on earth, and he was her child. He was Horus on earth, God on earth, like Jesus. Her parents were Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the sky. She married her brother, Osiris. The Nile flooded each year from the tears of sorrow issued forth from Isis. She first appears in the 5th dynasty on a sun temple, although it is believed she was originally a separate deity from pre-dynastic Egypt. She's often depicted as the wife or assistant of a deceased pharaoh, and the mother of the 4 sons of Horus. These 4 sons protected the canopic jars that contained the organs of the deceased pharaoh. Her worship was carried out in a temple known as Isium, with daily offerings from priests and priestesses. These generally had a reputation of being wise, with great healing powers. They could also interpret dreams and control the weather. Isis was associated with the star Sirius, and its appearance was a sign of the new year. She was therefore associated with rebirth and reincarnation. One myth reveals a slightly darker side. Here, she tricks Rowe into revealing his secret name by getting a snake to bite him. Only she has the antidote, and because she had his real name, she had power over him. Having a secret name was important for magic spells. Because of this, she became highly important to magicians, and magic is central to the myth of Isis. After the conquest of Egypt, Isis became known as the Queen of Heaven, and she merged with other mother goddesses such as Demeter, Astarte, and Aphrodite. Isis spread throughout the Roman Empire, and is one reason that the Christian Isis, known as Mary, was accepted so easily. The Greek antiquarian Plutarch describes Isis as a goddess exceptionally wise and a lover of wisdom, to whom, as her name at least seems to indicate, knowledge and understanding are in the highest degree appropriate. Of course, her husband suffered a pretty bad fate. Osiris was usually depicted as the god of the Underworld. He was also the god of transition, resurrection, and regeneration. He is given green skin, a pharaoh's beard, mummy-wrapped legs, a crown of 2 large ostrich feathers, a crook, and a flail. He was once believed to be the eldest son of the earth god Geb, or the sun god Ra, and the earth goddess Nut. He was the brother and husband of Isis. And his son was Horus. Because he ruled over the dead, and because the dead were considered to be the ones truly living, he was called the King of the Living. He was the judge of the dead in the afterlife, and from his place in the underworld he granted life to all those things such as vegetation rising upwards. He was the Lord of Love, permanently youthful, Lord of Silence, and when a pharaoh died, he became Osiris, who rose from the dead himself. In this way they inherited eternal life. This was later mirrored in the Christian myths. Eternal life through the slain God who rose from the dead, who was the son of Mary or Isis. The three aspects of Isis are clearly laid out in the Bible as the three Marys, and this is why she is the mother and lover of Jesus. His name probably means powerful one or God Almighty, although nobody is certain. His crook signifies his role as the shepherd god. The flail is unknown, but may be a shepherd's whip. Pull and push. His green colour symbolises rebirth. The soul, or Ba, of Osiris was sometimes worshipped as a separate deity, and was known as the soul of the Lord of the Pillar of Continuity. This was the backbone of Osiris, and the Nile itself, the backbone of Egypt. It therefore supplied the water, fertile silt, and vegetation for survival. He died only to be resurrected again each year. This bar of Osiris was power, and also part of the word for ram, and so he is depicted as a ram-headed god. The living, sacred ram was in fact worshipped and mummified as holy. With the fall of Egypt to the Greeks, Osiris was merged with the Apis bull and became Serapis, and depicted as a standard Greek god. His cult continued on the island of Philae in Upper Egypt until the 6th century AD, until the Romans destroyed the sanctuaries, arrested the priests, and seized the divine images. And now for the deity who slew Osiris, Set. He is the god of the desert, storms, disaster, violence, chaos, and foreigners. Ra employs Set on his solar boat to repel the serpent of chaos, Apep. He was a balance to Horus as the lord of the Red Desert, whereas Horus was the lord of the Black Land, or fertile soil. The opposites of barren and fertility. He killed and mutilated his brother, Osiris. Isis put him back together and had Horus as a child. Horus and Set did battle many times. Set is the father of Anubis, and the meaning of his name is unknown. It is likely that it gave rise to Satan in later Christian myth. He is often depicted as a strange and unknown beast. In human form, he has a distinctive head, and sometimes with the head of a donkey. In the mythology of Heliopolis, like Osiris and Isis, Set was born of the sky goddess Nut and the earth god Geb. Myths show Osiris was as wise and happy, Set as the jealous brother. His cult continued for some time and influenced Christian and other religions. We turn now to the wise god, Thoth. He is depicted with the head of an ibis bird, or a baboon. He maintained the universe and stood beside the boat of Ra. He would later arbitrate between the disputes of the gods. He is associated with art, writing, magic, science, and the judgment of the dead. His name simply means he who is like the ibis. In Greece, Thoth was seen as their own god Hermes, and later his title became the Thrice Great Hermes, or Hermes Trismegistus. For hundreds of years he was the wisest and greatest of gods for magicians and alchemists. As the ibis-headed human form, he represents the reckoner of time and season. He did, however, have a great many roles in Egyptian society. He was the mediator between the powers of good and evil, and ensured balance. He was the scribe of the gods and is credited with inventing writing and alphabets. He reported on the weighing of the scales in the underworld. He was self-created and master of physical and moral law. He calculated the mathematics for the structure of the motions of the heavens. The Egyptians believed that without his words, the gods themselves could not have existed. Indeed, in the underworld, his power was equal to that of Ra and Osiris. He was the author of all science, religion, philosophy, and magic. And the Greeks said he invented astronomy, astrology, mathematics, geometry, medicine, theology, government, and much more. In fact, to them, he was the author of all works of knowledge. Originally, Thoth was a moon god, providing light in the darkness and standing beside Ra, the sun god. The myths of Egypt serve to explain and justify the observable world and its many cycles, patterns, and mysteries. The nature of order and chaos. The cycles of life and death, of fertility, seasons, light in the sky, life underwater, the fate of the universe itself. All of this and more was explained through the lives, actions, and statements of the gods. From the earth to the sun, from knowledge to imagination, the actions of the gods governed them all. All forces had divine inspiration behind them. They did not believe their gods had animal heads. They simply used symbolism to explain aspects of the power and nature of the gods. As their own writing system of hieroglyphics was symbolic and held multiple meanings, so did their concepts of the gods. They did not think the sky was a cow called Haut, supported by other gods. This simply explained the power of that goddess and merged several ideas about existence together. Even though there were temples and statues depicting the gods, the real realm of the gods cannot be known or imagined. It is not accessible to humans. The myths create stories to explain in human terms what it all means. It was in fact a very clever device, and one used by later religions such as Christianity. The myths are in fact never fully developed. We have to fill in many missing blanks. There was a reason behind this, a philosophical statement, saying that we simply cannot know as humans. They only had general outlines and fragments, and the gods themselves would not pass the script test for a Hollywood movie, because their characters are never fully developed. The truth is that the meaning is the most important part of the myth, not the detail. As long as the meaning remained, what did it matter that a mere detail was altered? Many of the myths came from earlier times and other cultures. They were adapted for their own environment and people. The same thing would happen to the Egyptian gods, as Greece and Rome and then Christianity stole the ideas and changed them.
I totally believe that the gods of ancient times could actually have been aliens. I don't know if you remember the big Mayan 2012 calendar scare. Everybody thought the world was going to end, and it was significant because it was actually a really good friend of mine's birthday. So we actually threw a party, you know, being stupid and kind of making fun of the situation. But what happened out of that is it got me into researching both the Mayans, Mesoamerica, and particularly the Aztec people really came to interest me because they had so many gods and so many deities, things that were part of their everyday culture. They had god of wine, god of fertility, god of birth, god of war, god of maize. In fact, if I remember correctly, they actually had 4 different gods for corn. One for red corn, one for yellow corn, one for white corn, one for black corn. So they have these deities that they assign to significant portions of their life. But if you look into the Aztec culture a little bit more, what's crazy about that fact is they actually had 400 celestial sky. They had 400 sky gods. 400. During the day, they had 400. And then they had 400 at night. Mimics Koa, if I remember the name correctly. These 400 sky gods, just during the daylight hours, and then another 400 at night. They assigned significant values in their culture to deities, to these forces that they didn't understand. And the important things every day, think about that, how essential corn was to their culture and just living day in and day out and surviving. And somehow they also assigned gods to not only that, but also to sky deities. Now think about that for a little bit. It makes you wonder, it makes you, if they assign value as a culture to those two things significantly, both corn, fertility, birth, war, the highlights of life, it would be crazy to think that they would just arbitrarily assign 400 to sky gods. I totally believe that they knew something that we might not know or may have forgotten. Aztecs, Mayans, Mesoamerican cultures, this is repeated time after time after time in their storytelling. Just look at their artwork. It seems like they're trying to describe something in their own style that they can't quite understand. I look at these pictures, I look at this artwork that clearly people labored over, put time into, and some of it appears to be feathered serpents, which of course we look upon and kind of don't have a modern day equivalent, I guess you could say. But some of it you look at and it's not fangs or teeth, it's what appears to me tubes, what appears to me technology, what appears to me something that is foreign to their culture. You look at the art of something that is theirs, something they understand, and it's very well defined. You can identify purses and people carrying things, but then you see these headdresses or people wearing masks in their artwork, and it looks like a child kind of describing something that they don't understand completely, but it kind of looks like this. I can completely see that. I think the Aztec, Mesoamerican, the Mayan cultures knew something but didn't know how to put it down.
For millennia, ancient man hunted and gathered like many animals on our planet. But something happened, something amazing. Suddenly, after thousands of generations, mankind settled down and civilization emerged. Soon humanity was ordering his own society. Creating rules and regulations, laws emerged as if from nowhere. Complex tools, art, literature, agriculture, transport, and more emerged as if by magic. We looked to the stars, the very heavens above us, for navigation, inspiration, and to inform us of the time of day and even year. We built huge monuments to the gods we saw above us, to the same gods we claimed had come down to us from heaven and given us knowledge and life. A new phase in so-called evolution had begun. A new humanity had emerged. The gods were aliens. The change in humanity was genetic. The knowledge was given to the chosen few by the ancient watchers over mankind. This is their story. We have two choices. Mankind evolved over a vast period and then suddenly changed overnight from wandering bands to complex, civilized societies. Or ancient man was chosen by a visiting alien race to be genetically modified and then given immense knowledge. It may sound crazy, but both ideas may be equally so. These ancient astronauts gave humanity knowledge, religion, and culture. It was a mirror of their own mother culture. They aided in the building of huge and complex structures across the globe, from the pyramids of ancient Egypt to the stone heads of Easter Island. They aided us to worship them. Over time, our memory of these alien visitors has become our religions. The giants of the Bible are everywhere. Many say this idea is madness, that history is known to us, that we know the course of human advancement, but these claims are wrong. There are in fact a great many gaps in the documented historical and archaeological records. These gaps can only be filled with an external explanation. There is in fact a huge amount of historical and archaeological evidence to prove that our history was created by the ancient astronauts. Artifacts that we have discovered from ancient times that simply do not fit in with the period. Artifacts beyond the capabilities of early man. Artifacts that reveal the likeness of our alien ancestors, angels, fairies, giants, and other beings from tales of times past, are folk memories of our ancestral deities. An archaeological example of these folk memories are the Dogu figurines from Japan, dating back to as far as 1000 BC. There are no reasons known to have these strange humanoid depictions unless they are artistic interpretations of the ancient gods that descended from the skies. Many say that this is a new way of looking at old stories, and that is partly true. But the idea of ancient alien gods is not from the 21st century, nor is it solely from the 20th century. It dates back to the late 19th century and yet was ignored. It only started to become serious in the mid-20th century when Harold T. Wilkins proposed it seriously. In fact, it wasn't until the 1970s that scientists decided the idea needed to be clearly shot down. They did an excellent job, and by the 1980s, the very idea of ancient aliens had become a joke. And yet, in the 1960s, scientists suggested that we should take the idea of alien visitation seriously, even if as a working hypothesis. Carl Sagan stated that repeated visitations by alien cultures to planet Earth was plausible, and that ancient historical narratives or fables were able to offer reliable descriptions of contact. As an example of this idea is the story of a French explorer in the late 18th century who visited the northwest coast of America and made first contact with the Tlingit people. These people then built an oral tradition about this first contact, which became legend and would be almost unrecognizable to us. The point here is that a brief contact with an alien culture is recorded by humanity, even if in oral tradition. When such contact is written down or recorded in artifacts, then the evidence becomes even stronger. The beauty of this is that there are copious amounts of such evidence from around the world, as we shall see. Take the Assyrian or Babylonian fish deity, Oannes or Dagon. Here is a prime example of an alien god from ancient times. It is a being with humanoid features, but also part fish or with scales. Oannes came to the people of Sumeria and gave them vast knowledge. Agriculture, mathematics, art, healing, and more. Eventually, this tale would be remembered in the Bible of the Christians as Jonah, who was swallowed by the whale, a large fish. In the Bible, Jonah is special to the heavenly God. He is a prophet or speaker on his behalf. He is sent on a mission to pass on God's knowledge to the people. It is only by being launched from the mouth of a giant fish and landing safely on shore that Jonah could get the stupid people to listen to him. Apparently, it's perfectly okay to believe that all of this is true, and yet ridiculous to believe that this is a folk memory of a very real, special, intellectual being trying to get humans to learn. The image of Jonah emerging from the mouth of the giant fish is in fact no different to the images of Oannes, or half man, half fish being. It is an alien creature sent by the alien gods to impart knowledge. A great many ancient deities are part human and part beast. Historians simply believe that these are ideas of power or knowledge, anthropomorphic depictions of spirits of nature. But what if they were true depictions of humanoids that didn't quite look right to our ancestors? This indeed would explain why cultures across the globe depicted their gods in this manner. There are numerous artifacts to prove this point. There are also numerous works of art from history showing alien craft in the skies above us and even interacting with us, creating the religions we have today. We do not have to believe that our ancient monuments and artifacts were made by ancient aliens. We simply need to see that they were influenced by them, that they are mankind's ideas of the things they saw and experienced, depictions of alien creatures with seemingly omnipotent knowledge and power. If I were to step back in time 2,000 or 3,000 years, I too would appear strange and yet all-powerful to our ancestors. My knowledge could alter the course of human history. How much more powerful would be an ancient alien visiting Earth many more thousands of years before? To early man as he hunted and gathered in the woods and seas? Great monuments around the world still to this day hold secrets within them that man in the 21st century has yet to unlock. How can it be that the builders of Stonehenge 4,000 or 5,000 years ago knew so much more than we do? How it could be that the great pyramids of Egypt are still holding on to their secrets? It is simple. The knowledge has been lost, or it left in craft and flew back to heaven. Gods of ancient times were very much like humans and yet different. Zeus, the high god of ancient Greece, could change shape, and he was not the only one. Our religions are a direct result of ancient mankind's contact with alien visitors. Gods that could change the weather, bring fire and lightning out of the sky, make the oceans bubble, wipe out whole nations, fly across the sky in war chariots, rise from the dead, change shape, raise the dead, walk on water, command armies of flying, glorious angels, and so much more. Where these ancient beings came from, we simply do not know, but they came. We can say with relative certainty that they came at least 5,000 years before Christ, and probably in Sumeria, Turkey, and Africa. For it is here that civilization emerged. There is one all-encompassing being that rules them all and which has entered into every religion, fable, and myth across the globe. It has been misunderstood as a reptile by some, But the truth is that our ancestors saw this wise, all-knowing, and healing deity as a serpent. In order to understand the sheer amount of evidence there is for this ancient alien race of serpent gods, we have to look at the evidence piece by piece. In the beginning, we pointed out that mankind may very well have been genetically modified so as to be reborn. This, then, must lead us to the origin story of mankind, and a great many of them all speak of the same thing, a serpent-related origin. Let us look at the most famous of these, Adam and Eve. Remarkably, we find that both are in fact related to ancient serpent worship from their Sumerian origins, a religion that is in fact worldwide. The word Havaya is the root of Eve and means female serpent. It is connected to the same Arabic root which means both life and serpent. So Eve is the origin of life, and she is a female serpent. But where did she come from? The Persians called the constellations serpents, the little Avas or Eve. This is a folk memory of the origins of the mother of mankind. Little Eve, the female serpent, came from the heavens. But what about Adam? In Old Akkadian, Ad means father, and Adam was closely associated in legend with Seth, Saturn, Thoth, and Teatus, who were all serpent deities. So Adam is the father serpent of mankind. So the children of Adam and Eve must therefore also be serpents? In fact, Abel actually means serpent shining, and Cain was called the son of serpents. So Adam and Eve, the progenitors of the human race, were serpents from heaven and gave birth to shining serpents. Why would this be if not to explain the origin of our species to those with the eyes to see? Maybe they've not been looking in the right place. Maybe they should look in the Bible, the book of Genesis, chapter 6, verses 1 and 2, and 4 states, "When human beings began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the Son of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose." The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. This is extremely clear. A group called the Nephilim, or sons of God, were on earth, and they saw the women and mated with them. What is all this about if not a written account of shining beings coming down to earth and mating? The King James Version translates Nephilim as giants. Amazingly, the very idea of there being giants upon the land is not only to be found in the older texts of the Bible, they are in fact to be found across the world. This is clear evidence that these starmen were of larger stature. Across Europe, great monuments such as Stonehenge were said by oral tradition to have been built by these giants. This makes complete sense because these monuments are from the exact period we are discussing and were observatories of the heavens. Great technological feats by ancient man indeed. These advances were made by the great shining ones, the serpent alien beings that gave rise to ancient Sumeria. Appearing out of nowhere and at least as early as the 5th millennium BC, the earliest known civilization, the Sumerians of Sumer in Mesopotamia, was initially a non-Semitic culture. By 3000 BC, and as a result of its sophisticated irrigated agriculture, Sumer flourished as a nation and developed a considerable power base through the development of its numerous city-states like Erech, Eridu, Lagash, and Kish. The Sumerians invented cuneiform writing, and were way ahead of their time, having advanced knowledge in music, poetry, art, mathematics, astronomy, and science. For the ancient Sumerian music was a tool that helped them describe the cosmos. In Sumerian creation myth, the angels, known as the Anunnaki, or great sons of Anu, were the founders of their culture. The names angel, Anunnaki, and Anakim have much in common. They are indicative of the ancient alien ancestors who brought the secrets to the rest of the world. Interestingly, Anunnaki is phonetically similar to the Hebrew Anakim, the giant race, and also Ngakak, the shaman from Greenland to Alaska. These ancient alien beings are in the Bible as angels and gods, or Elohim, because the Hebrews utilized the Sumerian myths when writing their own. The book of Enoch in the Bible tells us that the sons of God were in fact called watchers and numbered around 200, an elite group of beings that watched over mankind. They are said to have descended to earth and bred with humans. They had offspring, and these were called Nephilim, or giants. Mankind was given great knowledge by these watchers and Nephilim, but eventually the Nephilim and mankind turned against each other and God stepped in. The humans who had gained the greatest knowledge, the watchers and the Nephilim, were destroyed in the Great Flood. This knowledge imparted upon mankind was metallurgy, cosmetics, sorcery, astrology, astronomy, and meteorology. It appears that the gods were worried that mankind had become too powerful, a threat to themselves, and so, with their great power, they caused a flood, leaving behind only the remnant of mankind. In the Bible, the Watchers are described as fallen angels. Is this one of the first ever science fiction books? Or is this a bastardized version of the history retold by the new Hebrew religion in their own book? Is this really an historical account of ancient aliens visiting the Earth to observe them? Did they ignore their own orders and breed with humans? Is this the point of genetic manipulation written down as the word breeding by a non-scientific mind? If this is true, then you and I have alien blood running through our veins. In the Old Testament, chapter 1 of the book Ezekiel recounts a vision in which Ezekiel sees an immense cloud that contains fire and emits lightning and brilliant light. It continues, the center of the fire looked like a glowing metal, and in the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. These creatures are described as winged and humanoid. They sped back and forth like flashes of lightning, and fire moved back and forth among the creatures. The passage goes on to describe 4 shiny objects, each appearing like a wheel intersecting a wheel. These objects could fly, and they moved with the creatures. When the living creatures moved, the wheels beside them moved, and when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. What on earth had Ezekiel witnessed? Probably nothing on earth at all. This is obviously an ancient man's depiction of a UFO lighting up the sky. In fact, the Bible is full to brim of alien history. There are powerful holy weapons that are capable of wiping out mankind, such as the Ark of the Covenant. There are angels flying down to earth, ladders to the heavens, a Messiah rising into the sky back to the heavens, floating beings walking on water, shape-shifting, and so much more. All of this needs to be reappraised with a new outlook, an outlook of ancient alien visitation upon planet Earth. The history of mankind shall remain incomplete until we do. But there are a great many artifacts, tales, and histories outside of the Bible and from across the world which all point to a period over 7,000 years ago when we were visited by aliens from another place. There are tales of serpent deities and giants everywhere in all cultures. From oral traditions to written record, from sacred monuments to artifacts, the evidence is there by the truckload. Through fear of ridicule, historians and scientists ignore the facts right before them. Let us return to the Watchers once more, for herein lies the truth. When Cain and his wife bore Enoch and built a city called Enoch, we have the people of Cain, or the son of serpents, being consecrated before God. Enoch was the son of Cain, who was the son of Adam and Eve. He was therefore himself one of the Nephilim, the sons of aliens. So many of the myths of the snake culture crossed over during the vast period that encompassed the many rising civilizations, and so many of the myths emerged within the fables, folktales, and religions of Greece, Rome, and Egypt. They took on the ideas of the earlier beliefs and fostered them, adding their own unique element. The Western mythologies then took these classical structures and built upon them further. But we can see the prevalence of the serpent culture even within the names of the various places and deities from antiquity. Eusebius is credited with announcing to the world that even the Zoroastrians called their expanse of heaven after the serpent. This is true of many cultures. The heavens was described as the place of serpents. The same serpents that originated mankind and gave him knowledge, just like the snake in the Garden of Eden. In Chaldea, the most ancient of places, the city of Opus on the Tigris is named after the serpent, and it is said that the people there were addicted to the divination and worship of the serpent. The serpent worship passed on swiftly into Egypt, where the deity was known initially as Kanaf, Kanef, and Senef. Later it became Ob or Ob, the royal serpent or basilisk. One of the chief deities was Vulcan, who Cicero styled as Opus, another serpent term. This was the same god as most Osir, Osiris, the sun god. Osiris was often known also as Abel or Pythos Sol, with great pillars of stone dedicated to his worship. These pillars became known later in Greek times as obelos or obeliscus, now seen as the obelisk and related to basilisk. They reached towards the heavens, back home where they came from, as if pointing a finger. Think about that for a moment. One of the most iconic monuments in the world is the obelisk, named after the serpent deities that gave mankind the knowledge to build them, and it points home. With this knowledge, a new investigation should be undertaken to work out precisely where these ancient monuments pointed in the heavens. Are these really clues left behind our ancient alien gods for us to discover when the time is right? Even modern places' names show a link with the most ancient serpent worship. Opus, Ophis, Opionia, Ophiusa, Obatha, Obana, Opichi, and many more were originators of these modern names. Ethiopia, for instance, comes from Thoth and Athoth, or a mistaken translation of Aethophion, a sacred title for the followers of the serpent deity. Thus, it could be that Ethiopia or Aethiopia came directly from the term Aethope and Aethopus, worshippers of the snake. Even the original names for roads shows the remarkable divergence of the snake cults. A people called Kuthites or Haliadae settled on this beautiful island, and they were also known as Hivites or Ophites, followers of the snake. The island was named Ophiusa. There is the oral tradition which emerges that Rhodes was once swarming with snakes. It was in fact swarming with snake followers. The modern term for Rhodes could also be from the Syriac term for serpent, rad. The same myths are true of many places. Even Cyprus was once called Ophiusis or Opiotis, from the proliferation of serpents said to have been found here. From the mysteries of Osiris, Iris, and Horus to Attis and Cybele, from Circes and Proserpine to Bonadea and Priapus, we see a remarkable association of the serpent deity in the creation of mankind. There was a great secret spread with these myths by the people of the serpent, a secret which spread across continents, then embedded into local culture, changing slowly with time into modern myths and religions. And yet, all along, they really held the truth about the origin of mankind and our knowledge and rise to great civilizations. Before even Sumerian legends, there are copious vases with gigantic snakes winding over the entire universe, sun, moon, and stars, as if the serpents commanded the heavens. The snake is found growing out of plants, chalices, and wells. It is the giver of life. The next and most widespread ancient symbol of the snake is the spiral. This is found everywhere, especially on stone monuments. The spiral is believed to be the symbol of the mother goddess, and as we shall see, this relates back to the snake, just as the mother of mankind, Eve, does. If we look at the Indian Sheshnaga, or serpent god, we find that there are some researchers that have claimed him to be possibly the initiator of the Christian halo effect. There is little wonder here, for these tales not only crossed boundaries, cultures, and beliefs, they crossed continents in ships. There was widespread belief in the power of the serpent, and the spiral images link directly with the snake gods, thus virtually proving that the spiral is a snake symbol. It also shows that with their eye on good propaganda, they saw in the snake a wonderfully powerful association for their leader. This is not just a common modern practice, like getting a celebrity to endorse a product. It was a marketing tool many years ago as well. This universal symbol of the spiral is said to be the initiator of the maze or labyrinth, which is also thought to be symbolic of the snake's path. To follow the path of the coiling snake is to follow symbolically the way to immortal life. Serpents were said to be immortal, and in all likelihood, this is because the ancient serpent alien race appeared to live forever compared to our short lifespan. We probably do have the oldest serpent symbols in the Sumerian legends. Their word for dragon or winged serpent was Yusham, and their origin can be traced back to 5000 BC in the story of Zu. However, the Chinese also have a claim that dragons can be traced back to 5000 BC, which would not be surprising if the ancient aliens had visited Earth at that time. Is this our evidence of just when they arrived? But there are older legends, and as we shall see, these legends emerged largely from Africa, probably fermenting in the growing power struggles which ensued with a growing number of people and the emerging altered civilizations being fostered by the ancient aliens. In Central Africa, the peculiar and famous Dogon people have a divine serpent called Lebe, who is the first member of the living dead. It is a serpent who has the first power to overcome actual death. He is not a man, for no man can overcome death. He is a serpent god, which has come to them from above. These Dogons still believe in Lebe, but their belief goes back to the origins of their tribe. An oral tradition, which is sometimes stronger and more believable than written texts, especially when we consider that many ancient texts have been altered and manipulated by those in power. The Christian Church has been guilty of this act for hundreds of years. Indoctrinating the illiterate into their new propaganda and taking the originator's name in vain for the purpose of power. In Dahomey, the Fawn people have a great serpent who is seen as a rainbow named Dan. This serpent encircles the world as the Ouroboros. Basically, there are many serpent gods in Africa with many attributes, but mainly attributes of creation, forming the universe, the stars, heavens, and the mountains, and bringing mankind as we know it into existence. Simply replace these beliefs of gods with aliens, and we are getting somewhere. In the fantastic array of Egyptian legend, there are those gods which have always stood the test of popularity. One of these is Osiris, who, it was said, entered the tail of the great serpent, was drawn through its body, and came out the mouth, born anew. The tail is the beginning, and the head being the new life. This is a graphical tale of the spiral or maze element we found in early archaeology. Following the spiral or walking the maze is seen as the virtual walking into immortality. By the power of the snake and the Osiris myth is proof that resurrection is possible, but only through the power of the serpent. Did the aliens then have the power to bring man back from the dead like the fictional tales in Stargate? Another great and powerful name in the Egyptian pantheon has to be Isis. Sacred snakes were said to have lived in the temples of Isis and gave oracles. Just replace sacred snake with aliens, and we have powerful beings able to offer up wise counsel and predict the future. It was believed that horrendous disasters would befall Egypt if the snakes ever decided to leave. The great powerful queen goddess Isis was given power over the poison of the serpent and the scorpion. In one text, Isis lays her hands on a poisoned child and casts out the poison. Egypt's mother of creation, Per-Uatchit, was also a serpent. The hieroglyphic snake stood for goddess and eventually Uraeus, later to become one of the secret names for God in medieval alchemy, a subtle allusion to God being both male and yet female. This Egyptian Uraeus, or Asp, was a guardian god of the Delta region. It is the name for the snake, which is seen on the foreheads of pharaohs. It is the Egyptian cobra, and was said to be the snake Cleopatra chose to use when committing suicide. It would be the bite of the asp which would lead her into eternal life. This is how it was seen, not as terrible and wasteful suicide as we would see it today, but a stealing of her soul from those who would oppress her and deliver her up to life immortal in the other world. Take all of this now and turn it towards the ancient aliens. We have the power of the serpent giving the queen the ability to travel to the other world, a world where the gods lived. This is the immortality that the serpent can bring. This journey of discovery becomes ever more exciting when we see things like this clearly, and old stories are not only brought back to life, but are given a new dimension. Suddenly, fanciful ideas become the foundation of a whole new history of the world. That story people have retold for generations are in fact vessels of hidden knowledge, and that we are the ones who can now see the truth revealed for the first time. There are many more forms of serpent deity within the pantheon of Egyptian lords, with many attributes, and we really do not need to go through them all. But there is one Egyptian god which moved away from his origin and is now found in our Western Christian world as Satan. And remember, Satan is mixed with Lucifer, the light bearer that fell to earth. One of the attributes of the Egyptian Set was the serpent, and as Set-hen, he became Satan when the Hebrews immigrated. No wonder then that the image of Satan is and has been seen as the snake. Now think about an alien creature when you hear the attributes of this remarkable being. Set, an important god, was able to glide over the ground silently, observing human life. He embodied immortality. He was the son of the earth being, reborn each day from the womb of the Great Mother. He was the consort of the goddess Setet, which is said again and again to have eventually evolved into the very biblical tempter of Eve. Set later appeared in Russian folklore as Koshki, the Deathless, moving on to become the dragon that must be slain to receive immortal life. All of this is pure alien science fiction. Ra, probably the most famous of all Egyptian gods, was the sun god, and as the serpent, he is associated in male form as the sun. Ra tamed the serpent, and according to the Egyptian magical texts, he put the serpent in chains. A special liquid was produced by Ra, which would enable eternal youth. It was held in a sacred vase and said to be the most secret liquid. The great and powerful Ra, the sun and snake god, tamed the serpent and produced a magical liquid which not only bestows immortality, but is kept in a sacred vase. Does this reveal that the very tales of the Holy Grail itself could be in fact linked to some amazing science brought to us by ancient aliens? But what of Greece? The Greeks had many terms for snakes, such as aspens, drakon, agnida, herpeton, and ophis. Kraken is also a powerful Greek serpent, this time of the sea. Kr is Sanskrit for creator, and this kind of etymology must show the powerful links between the various cultures of the ancient world and the fact that all cultures saw the ancient alien serpent breed to have been creators of mankind. Akarakan means great fire or light or great one. Egyptian mythology states Akar keepeth ward over the wicked. The great light watched over the ordinary people, the humans. The same root word gives us Cerberus, the three-headed serpent dog which guards Hades or the Otherworld. Ichthus, the secret name of Jesus, is claimed by most entomologists to be the same as Iacchus or Bacchus, and as Longfellow Beatty points out in The Garden of the Golden Flower, Bacchus bore the same mystery name as Jesus, Ichthus, the fish. Bacchus was the son of Zeus and is the same as Dionysus, who was born as a serpent and represented as a bearded man, crowned with a vine and ivy, which are two plants associated with the serpent. Bacchus is a serpent god. The sign of the serpent was Ichthus, which strangely became a fish when taken by a new Messiah, Jesus. This is basically the same imagery as Oannes or Jonah, as we have already seen. Bacchus is also and strangely the guardian spirit of Islam. According to Midas, Bacchus possessed the philosopher's stone. That is, he could turn water into wine or give new life. And indeed, it was Bacchus who gave Midas the golden touch, a gift both wonderful and deadly, like the snake. And we should remember that gold was the symbol for immortality. So we may have here, in the story of King Midas, a subtle lesson. The golden touch of Midas was both wonderful and yet deadly. One had to use it sparingly, and it symbolically pointed towards immortality, bestowed upon Midas by a serpent deity. Again, amazing power of life creating and life resurrecting, bestowed by an ancient and mysterious serpent group of deities that came down from the heavens. But there is yet more in the Greek mystery plays and traditions which is of interest to us. There is an interesting staff, similar to the caduceus, called the thyros. This is entwined with the vine or ivy, which we know to be symbolic of immortality, and the serpent. It is surmounted with a pine cone, which signifies immortality. This staff is the life force, like the Indian Kundalini, and is chiefly associated with Bacchus and Dionysus, but it is also found in Egypt, Phoenicia, and among the Hebrews. Is this powerful staff symbol a folk memory of an amazing piece of alien technology? A rod of the gods? We have found that there are mythological and legendary links between all the messianic deities, and now this is a symbolic link. All the saviors from classical and Hebraic literature are there simply to bring us knowledge and eternal life, and their tool is the serpent. In fact, this amazing, life-giving device would become a symbol of power and life for generations, and is still with us to this day in the form of the cross. The asp, or sacred horned serpent of the ancients, was alternatively known as the cerastus. The word ceras is the equivalent of cross, and in Greek the word keras means horn. In Hebrew, cerastus might be rendered great beloved, like Jesus. Jesus, as we know, was seen upon the cross, or ceras, with the crown of thorns, or horns, and this image strongly associates itself with all the images of the horned serpent. Only through the serpent may we have eternal life. Only through their power may we too rise up to the heavens. Through the alien serpent, we may have access to the ancient gods. The Greek god Ophiuchus, which means he who holds the serpent, came to represent Asclepius, the ancient healer now seen in the stars, because that is where he returned. But what about the greatest of Greek gods, I asked myself. Surely he would show some signs that related him in some way to this ancient truth. I did not have to search far. Although Zeus, as the father of Greek pantheon, is never depicted with serpents, he is when in the form of the Olympian Zeus, Mylikios, who takes on the form of a serpent to attend the spring rites of the mother goddess Earth. Indeed, Zeus actually took the form of the serpent, Ophion, to avoid the ravages of his father Kronos, or Time. He thus avoided what we all fear, time catching up on us, death. But he needed to live longer than his humanoid state. Again, we have evidence of ancient gods shape-shifting, and here we discover why. The physiology of the ancient race enabled longer lives. Ours seemed trapped into a specific timetable, whether by accident or design. Zeus also utilized his own angels. The Greek daemons would later become Christian demons, and which were invisible beings assigned by Zeus as guardian spirits to guide and give wise counsel. They appeared as handsome youths or wise serpents. This greatest of Greek gods utilized the snake to avoid death and to bestow wisdom. Although we know in today's age that Zeus was not real, we do know that these myths and legends were created or adapted in order to make certain points as folk memories of a very real period of contact with alien species. Many times, they are to teach us how to live, how to relate to others. We cannot, therefore, ignore what these stories are telling us. We must see that hidden somewhere within them are truths in their own right. There is little wonder that the name serpent is related to wisdom, the wise serpent of the Bible, the same that Moses lifted up in the wilderness, the same wise serpent equated with Jesus himself. The snake became symbolic for wisdom and for the female aspect, and was no more powerful than in the image of Sophia. Obviously, as Ophis is serpent, so too is Sophia, and which now means wisdom. And we find in most of the world's folklore that the snake is equated to wisdom, even in the Bible. There is little wonder that this should be the case if mankind ever saw the serpent-like humanoid aliens as serpents, because they were indeed wise. It cannot be that the humble snake was seen as wise. The question is, why did the ancient alien gods come to Earth, genetically alter the human race, and teach them? Were they looking for worshipers? Would a superior race really desire such a thing? Or were they looking for slaves? Or are we seeing this a too human way? Are we able to reason their motives? Some have said the aliens needed slaves to mine for gold. But modern science has discovered that gold is everywhere in the universe and easily available from meteors and other objects in space. Why would they come light years to collect gold? I suggest a new theory, and one that relates to all that has been said. The one main thing that comes up again and again and again is immortality. Could it be that our ancient alien race were dying? Could it be that they needed new genetic stock to breed with or possess? Today, scientists believe that the ancient astronaut hypothesis is actually not wrong and may in fact be true, but they have as yet to discover evidence. Enoch was the consecrated one because he was of their blood. He would later write up the history of these fallen wanderers who spread across the globe as the great shining ones. Teaching, measuring, and building the world's most mysterious ancient monuments. Of course, we must not forget the seraphim of Numbers 21:6 and elsewhere. These are not mystical beings. They have hands, face, legs, but do they have powers from God? Because they are in the light, and they have the symbolic wings of the early shaman, the bird flight, the dreamtime trance ability to fly. Their name means shining ones or fiery serpents. They are enlightened beings via the power of the serpent. Mystical Jewish literature tells us that the angels can fly, tell the future, shapeshift, speak Hebrew, and are the emanations of the divine shining light. They are aliens. In the Old Testament, God is indistinguishable from the angel or messenger known as Yahweh. He looks the same and acts as his representative. There is no difference here from Babylonian, Egyptian, and Sumeria. These are all the same beings interpreted through different cultures. In the New Testament, the angels actually take part in the judgment at the end times. This is from the idea that they will one day return like the film, The Day the Earth Stood Still. We are told that the Nephilim, or Watchers, are the angels who seem to have been the military arm of the Shining Ones, and who were initially employed to guard the Garden of Eden. Then began to mix with the indigenous peoples of the area. This Garden of Eden is where the genetic manipulating was taking place. High above the rest of mankind, Eden means plateau. And it came to pass, when the children of men had manipulated, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Samjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him, and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecautions, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecautions upon it. Book of Enoch. From this union a hybrid race was produced, a race of giants, so we're told. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with the plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from the heavens and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. These insurgents also passed on knowledge and taught them combat and how to make weapons. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings. Aramos the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokobel the constellations. Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds. Ariquiel the sign of the earth. Shamsiel the sign of the sun. And Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. All this was seen as a violation against the set of laws laid down by the aliens who were possessive of their knowledge. Thou seest what Azazel hath done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Simjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed them to all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants. Enoch, a scribe, who is the son of and taught by the alien Shining Ones, was then employed as a messenger or intermediary between the Shining Ones and these fallen ones, who had decided to abandon their divinity to live amongst the tribes of man. Enoch was then sent to tell the insurgents that a severe sentence had been passed on them and that they were soon to be punished. A brief punishment sent is the flood. It is as if the Shining Ones wanted to wash away the sins of the earth that had been created by their own kind, the fallen ones. What we have to ask now is one very simple question. If it is true that these aliens will one day return to make judgment upon us, then are we ready? In what form will that judgment come? The fact is that we children of men and alien have indeed failed miserably. We have caused suffering in the name of religions these aliens originated. We caused suffering in the name of just about anything. We've raped and pillaged our Mother Earth so badly that we have eradicated species and altered the environment itself. Every day, mankind commits atrocities. Ask yourself now, if you were a wise serpent alien with vast knowledge and power, what judgment would you make upon the people of planet Earth?
On August 15th, 1977, a strange signal from the constellation Sagittarius was received by the Big Ear radio telescope. The signal, known as the WA signal, reached an intensity up to 30 times higher than the usual signals and had a duration of 72 seconds. Its name comes from the note written at that moment by the person who discovered it, Jerry R. Eman, collaborator and SETI project, a project for the search for extraterrestrial intelligence founded by NASA in 1960. The WA signal is, among all the strange signals received up to now, the one that has the greatest likelihood of having been emitted by intelligent extraterrestrial beings, despite its origin still being uncertain to this day. In a vast universe, 40 billion years old and containing 500 billion galaxies, science is convinced that there must exist, or must have existed, extraterrestrial intelligence. In this vastness, it would seem that there should be fullness of life out there. With this conviction, human beings have searched for it and still search for it incessantly. State-of-the-art radio telescopes track the sky day and night, year after year, in search of any sign of extraterrestrial intelligent life. Nevertheless, in 2009, everything changed. That year, NASA launched the Kepler satellite into space. And thanks to it, we have found thousands of Earth-like planets where conditions for life might be possible. This has meant, undoubtedly, a total revolution in the search for extraterrestrial intelligent life. Given the important advances in astrophysics, some scientists believe that there is a chance of finding extraterrestrial intelligence in the next decades. Seth Shostak, astronomer and director of SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, declared before the House Science Committee of the American Congress that in a couple of decades, we will have found evidence of its existence.
The chances of finding it, I think, are good, and if that happens, it'll happen in the next 20 years, depending on the financing.
A first contact could be close. The question is, do we really want them to find us? What will these forms of life be like? What will their aims be? Is anybody out there? Given the millions of billions of Earth-like planets, life elsewhere in the universe, without a doubt, does exist. In the vastness of the universe, we are not alone. Albert Einstein. 4.5 billion years ago, in the vastness of the universe, the Earth, our home, was formed. From the birth of the universe, it took 14 billion years for human beings to arise, just 6 million years ago. To give us an idea of the time which has passed until our first steps, Carl Sagan made a time comparison in which, if the age of the universe was a year, the Big Bang would have occurred on January 1st. On September 8th, the Sun would have formed. On September 11th, the Earth would have formed, and we would have been born the last day of the year, December 31st, at 11:39. How many things must have happened in other places during the same time?
Today, when we take a look at what we know about the universe, and what we know about the origins of life on this planet, it leads us to think that the same things that happened here might well have happened elsewhere. And so life beyond this planet is quite plausible in terms of the science that we know today.
We see the organic building blocks that are essential to life on Earth. And so the raw stuff that's necessary for life is out there. The places that life could live is out there. The big question is, do they come together and form a second Genesis?
we take up a tiny place in the immensity of the universe. The Milky Way, the galaxy we live in, might have around 100 billion stars, among them our sun. In total, it measures around 100,000 light years in diameter.
Maybe there are a million, maybe there are a billion, maybe there are 100 billion planets in the Milky Way galaxy that could support life, the kind of planets that earthly life could survive on. How many of them have cooked up their own life?
Here, from one end of the Milky Way, we, an intelligent civilization, wonder if it's possible that we are alone in all of this vastness.
There's just a lot of real estate, a lot of room for life in space. We've now learned that planets are as common as cheap hotels. They're all over the place. There are 1 trillion, that's 1 million planets just in our own galaxy. If there is no life on any of them, then Earth is a miracle. A miracle. And I'll tell you this, for scientists, believing in miracles is usually not a good strategy.
When we think about how vast the universe is, it would be incredible if there's no other life out there. There are hundreds of billions of stars in our galaxy alone, and there are billions of galaxies in the universe. If life appears on only a minuscule fraction of those planets, then life is prevalent throughout the universe.
That's why human beings, in their enthusiasm for knowledge and exploration, have started the search for intelligent life, with the hope of, sooner or later, finding it, or being found by it.
Oiknis poteste chairete, airenikos pros philos eleluthamen philoi.
Paz e felicidade a todos. تحياتنا للأصدقاء في النجوم يا ليت يجمعنا الزمان.
Բոլոր անոնց, որ գտնվին եզերքի միքամազություններեն անտին, ողջույններ.
પૃથ્વી ઉપર વસનાર એક માનવ તરફથી બ્રહ્માંડના અન્ય અવકાશમાં વસનારાઓને હાર્દિક અભિનંદન. આ સંદેશો મળે વળતો સંદેશો મોકલાવશો.
This search can be done in two ways: tracking signals that may come from any extraterrestrial civilization, or sending our own messages into space, which may be received by one of those civilizations someday.
Active SETI, also sometimes called METI, messaging extraterrestrial intelligence, reverses the roles. Instead of passively listening for a signal from another civilization, we send intentional, powerful signals to nearby stars in the hope of getting a reply back.
With this goal, in 1977, the most elaborate and comprehensive message to date, The Sounds of the Earth, was launched into space. A moving introductory message including everything that human beings considered that an extraterrestrial civilization should know about our species. It was included on a golden record on each of the Voyager interstellar space probes, launched that same year from Cape Canaveral.
It was a golden record. On one side, there were encoded music from around the world, greetings in 55 languages, a 12-minute sound montage of the evolution of life on Earth. And on the other side, there were pictures, over 100 pictures describing some basic mathematical principles and the diversity of life and culture on Earth.
The content of the recording was carefully chosen by NASA and a committee chaired by astronomer and author Carl Sagan. The audio section has a salutation in English from the UN General Secretary and short messages in 55 languages welcoming and wishing peace to all forms of life.
Witajcie, istoty zza światu.
Riadumelisa Maren.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
But that one was not the only message sent.
There have been a few symbolic transmissions to other worlds. The most famous transmission to another civilization happened in 1974 from the world's most powerful radio telescope in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. It was a very simple message. It took 3 minutes to send, and it provides a mathematical and scientific overview of life on Earth.
Nevertheless, the search for extraterrestrial life is not founded just on the sending of messages in the hope of a response someday, but on the development of a search for signals that may indicate the existence of that intelligent life.
SETI, as a scientific exploration, actually got its start within NASA in the life sciences portion of NASA. People were interested in the question of life beyond the Earth, and this program developed within NASA. It launched actually in 1992. It was called the High Resolution Microwave Survey. In 1993, Senator Bryan from Nevada terminated NASA's funding for SETI, and he terminated with a vengeance so that NASA was unable to recover and come back the next year with another SETI program. So at that point, because we had already formed a nonprofit institute called the SETI Institute to help NASA stretch its funds as it did this SETI work, in 1993 we said, okay, we've got a nonprofit, we're just going to go out and raise money to do this privately.
The SETI Institute is nowadays the main world institution devoted to the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
It's a project called SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence.
This search is based on the use of radio telescopes. Radio telescopes receive radio waves. As we can't go to space aboard spacecrafts to find that intelligent life, what we look for are radio signals.
What we're looking for is a signal that's at one spot on the radio dial. Just like when you're listening to the radio in your car. You know, you tune across the dial, you hear static everywhere, and then at one spot you're near, and there's a station. Okay, that's the signal that's produced by a transmitter somewhere. It's not natural static. It's not like a quasar or a pulsar or galaxies or hot gas, cold gas. All those things in space make radio noise, but it's all over the dial. So we look for signals that are at one spot on the dial, and of course the source of the signal has to be up in the sky. Those are the kinds of criteria we use to know that even if we don't know what it means, we at least know they're there. They're on the air.
One of the biggest SETI projects, started in 2007, is the Allen Telescope Array, which seeks to install 350 antennas to receive possible messages from outer space.
We designed this. We went to Paul Allen and asked him to fund it, and he was generous to fund the first phase of construction of what we now call the Allen Telescope Array. It's in Northern California near Mount Lassen. The Allen Telescope Array has 42 telescopes. Someday we hope to grow it to 350.
The Allen Project will become the most powerful instrument in the search for signals from other civilizations in our galaxy. Since it was launched, after just a few months in operation, it has been able to analyze the same amount of area of the universe as in the last 45 years of SETI's existence. Another of SETI's most famous innovative projects is SETI at Home. It was started in 1999 by astronomers at the University of California in Berkeley, and it uses an army of millions of amateur internet users. From home, anyone can be part of this enthralling pursuit. The screensaver analyzes some of the data that comes from the Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico. Up to now, more than 5 million people from all over the world have participated and are processing all of the info captured by the Arecibo radio telescope. The SETI at Home project has grown so quickly that it is the biggest ever of its kind. Both projects, Allen Telescope Array and SETI at Home, have been a huge advance in the search for intelligent life, giving hope for discoveries in the near future. But undoubtedly, what has radically revolutionized and pushed the search for extraterrestrial intelligent life is the Kepler mission, which is focused on the search for potentially inhabitable planets. It was launched by NASA on March 6, 2009, and orbits the Sun looking for extrasolar Earth-like planets where life may be possible.
Kepler, which is a space-based telescope that was launched about 5 years ago, is on the hunt for planets. Kepler has found literally thousands of planets or planetary candidates. It's a planet-finding machine.
The Kepler spacecraft has been a game changer in the search for other intelligence. Kepler now can tell us which stars have planets around them and which of those stars are Earth-like. That means we now know where we can point our telescopes to look for a twin of Earth.
In 2011, for the first time ever, Kepler provided scientists with a census of the Milky Way. For the first time ever, we can calculate how many stars in the Milky Way could have a planet like ours. Around 1 billion.
So one of the big triumphs of astronomy in the last 2 decades is to show the majority of stars have planets. There are planets all over the place. There are more planets than stars.
According to the data, in the near future, millions of inhabitable planets may be found just in our galaxy.
What Kepler has shown is that maybe 1 in 5 stars has a planet which could have liquid oceans, a bit of an atmosphere. In other words, the kind of place where you might want to build yourself a house, right? So 1 in 5 means that just in our galaxy, there are tens of thousands of millions of cousins of the Earth. That's a lot of real estate.
This data is crucial to answering the question of whether we are alone in the universe and helping us to resolve some unknowns of one of the most famous equations in astrophysics, the Drake equation, which is now of major interest.
The Drake equation is a way to grapple with all of the issues most central to determining how many civilizations are there out there in our galaxy trying to make contact. The Drake equation looks at 7 independent factors and tries to put a number on each of them.
So you multiply all those up, and you come up with a number that we call N, the number of potentially communicative civilizations in the Milky Way. Our star is the rate at which stars have been born in the Milky Way galaxy over the last few billion years. So it's a number that is stars per year. Our galaxy is 10 billion years old, and early in its history, stars formed at a different rate. All of the F factors are fractions. Each one must be less than or equal to 1. F sub p is the fraction of stars that have planets. N sub e is the average number of habitable planets in any planetary system. F sub L is the fraction of planets on which life actually begins, and F sub I is the fraction of all those life forms that develop intelligence. F sub C is the fraction of intelligent life that develops a civilization that decides to use some sort of transmitting technology. And finally, L, the longevity factor. On average, how many years do those transmitters continue to operate?
That is perhaps the most elusive term of the Drake equation. As we look into our own future, we wonder, will we survive as a technologically adolescent civilization? Will we last long enough to make contact? That is the big unknown.
The Drake equation includes a series of terms whose value we can't know exactly.
It's just a fantastic framework with which we can organize our ignorance, because you can't solve the equation. There are no right answers to that equation, not yet.
As we shift into the more biological and cultural terms of the Drake equation, we move into areas where we're uncertain.
But during the last few years, we've seen how exoplanets have arisen in front of our eyes, thanks mainly to the Kepler space satellite.
When Frank Drake first wrote down the Drake equation back in 1961, he put his own personal estimates into each of those factors and came up with a number, his estimate, which was 10,000. So within the Milky Way galaxy of 100 billion stars, he thought 10,000 of those stars might host technological civilizations.
What do we know now that we didn't know in 1961? Well, we know 1 or 2 of those terms a little bit better. And they kind of agree with the optimistic estimates that were made 50, 60 years ago.
There are other estimates that are extremely pessimistic. There's only one, and it's us. Carl Sagan had a number that was more optimistic. He said probably 1 million was his guess. We think we know that our star and N-sub-E are both numbers that are closer to 10 than, say, to 1. And all the F factors are less than 1. Some of them may be much less than 1. But of all these unknowns, the biggest unknown is L. So perhaps the most useful version of the Drake equation is simply to say that N is approximately equal to L. The information in this equation is very clear. Unless L is large, N will be small.
And these are estimates just for our galaxy. But we don't have estimates just for our galaxy, but for the visible universe. This fact multiplies the chances for the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence. The Hubble Space Telescope has given us an approximate calculation of the total number of galaxies in the viable universe. 100 billion. So we can calculate the number of Earth-like planets in the visible universe. 1 trillion Earth-like planets. The universe is 14 billion years old, so there has been time enough for intelligent empires to arise and possibly fall. It would be miraculous if no other advanced civilization anywhere had ever existed. It's just a matter of time until we find them. Radio telescope technology is becoming more and more advanced, and some scientists believe that the first evidence will be found in the next decades.
So far, we've looked at a little over 10,000 stars very carefully with the Allen Telescope Array. In the next couple of decades, that'll be 1 million stars. And by the time you've looked at 1 million stars, that's a reasonable number to find intelligent life, if it's really out there.
In fact, people like Craig Venter and Daniel Cohen have said 20th century was the century of physics. 21st century is going to be the century of biology. But my colleagues and astrobiologists and young scientists are saying, yes, the century of biology on Earth and beyond. This coming century, this 21st century, could well provide us with evidence of life beyond Earth and a biochemistry that's different from the only one we know.
The chance of an imminent discovery brings with it a controversial question. What will the first contact be like? What could human beings say to another intelligent species? What introductory message can we compose about human beings, that species that inhabits one of the edges of the universe, and who have developed enough to wonder if there is anyone else out there, or to try to find them?
There should be a deliberative process to think about how we want to present ourselves to other worlds.
And that is a dynamic conversation that we're having now in the science community. Should we transmit? If we do, who should speak for Earth? What should they say? In what language? How?
It's not a simple task to ponder a first introduction to an extraterrestrial intelligence, and the even more complicated question of how to compose that message to make it understood.
How we would say something meaningful to another civilization. It is going to be one of the most tremendous intellectual challenges humankind has ever faced.
Composing a message that can be understood by aliens will be extremely difficult, and conversation may be impossible.
In order to make contact with another civilization and truly understand them, we have to find a language that any scientist who is engaged in SETI anywhere in the galaxy will understand.
This is what's called active SETI, or METI, messaging to extraterrestrial intelligence.
If you can build a radio transmitter anywhere in the galaxy, you have to know that 2 + 2 = 4. And so it's basic mathematical principles like that that we use as the foundation for a language to communicate with extraterrestrials.
In terms of the message content, how it should be sent, and what it should say, what would we say about ourselves? And what are efficient encoding schemes, and how do we provide a tutorial so that they can figure out what the scheme is?
My suggestion is to send the internet, right? Send so much information that they can look through it and find pictures, videos, sounds, text, of course, and they'll be able to understand it. It's sort of like the hieroglyphics.
Several messages have already been sent to space, and we hope to receive an answer someday. The first sent message was attached to the Pioneer 10 space probe, launched by NASA from Cape Canaveral on March 2, 1972. A golden anodized aluminum plate designed by astronomers Carl Sagan and Francis Drake was affixed to the probe. It was a kind of an interstellar message in a bottle. On it, drawings of two human figures appear, one feminine and one masculine, with the image of the spacecraft behind them to show the proportion of the human silhouettes. Our address in the universe was also included, as well as a scheme of our solar system. Another similar plate was affixed to the Pioneer 11. The next message, sent in 1974, was designed by the Dr. Frank Drake and transmitted by the Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico. This message is generally known as the Arecibo message.
It was a very simple message. It took 3 minutes to send, and it provides a mathematical and scientific overview of life on Earth. It starts with a description of our numbering system in a binary code, numbers from 1 to 10, and then using those numbers, a description of chemical elements that are essential to life on Earth. And once we can talk about those chemicals, we can talk about the way they combine into molecules, including DNA, the core of our genetic material here on Earth. The Arecibo message also gave a description of our solar system, the population of our Earth, even a diagram of the telescope that was used to transmit the message.
1977 saw the launch of the Sounds of the Earth, the most elaborate and comprehensive message to date. Recorded on golden records, they were affixed to each other on the Voyager spacecrafts. Besides salutations in 55 languages, they included an audio section devoted to the sounds of the Earth. Volcanoes, lightning, wind, laughter, and the message in Latin, per aspera ad astra, through hardship to the stars, in Morse code. Also included were eclectic selections of music from different cultures. The Brandenburg Concerto No. 2 by Bach, the Magic Flute by Mozart, the Melancholy Blues by Louis Armstrong, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, as well as traditional music from different cultures. In addition to the audio, 116 photographs were sent showing different forms of life on the Earth and human society. Mathematics definitions, the structure of DNA, a diagram of the fertilization and birth, a violin with musical notes, and so on. Will anyone receive these messages? Will we have an answer? But above all, what will those who receive this message be like?
I think that one of the best things about finding life, a second Genesis, life that isn't related to us, somewhere else will be to begin to understand how biology can be different.
I mean, we don't even know if they'd have the similar biochemistry. But on the other hand, you know, we're carbon-based life forms, and carbon, which is all over the universe, of course, is great at hooking up with other atoms to make complex chemistry, and since that's what we are, you know, they might be carbon-based. That's not crazy.
We're having a hard time figuring out what other ways there might be. We're working on it from the bottom up with synthetic biology, trying to build life in other ways. But I think life elsewhere will have evolved to be perfectly suited to its environment. If the environments are similar to ours, then there could, in fact, be a lot of similarities. If the environments are extremely different from those that we enjoy here on this planet, then I think it's unimaginable. I'd love to find out what we can't imagine.
In fact, as we imagine the kind of beings we make contact with, they may not be biological beings at all. On Earth, we are anticipating computers becoming advanced enough that they may even deserve the term intelligence in the next century or so. So if we make contact with a civilization that's thousands or millions of years more advanced than we are, the intelligence on the other end of the line may be an artificial intelligence.
These hypothetical forms of life may have abandoned their biological bodies a long time ago to create a computer body. They may have the ability to build a quantum computer with an extraordinary computing power, a super-intelligent device with the same capacity as a conventional computer that occupies a whole planet. Then, they may have lost their consciousness of the self to be absorbed by a global digital network of minds, a great collective consciousness.
But in terms of what they'd be like, what they'd look like, nobody can really say, except this. Probably within 100 years, we're going to develop thinking machines here on Earth. So I think it's very likely that if you actually pick up a signal coming from elsewhere, it's not coming from some sort of biological being, it's coming from a machine.
The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is not really different from the search for our own future. The absolute ignorance about the possible aims of an extraterrestrial intelligence is what has led some scientists to voice their misgivings about announcing our existence to extraterrestrials, at least until we know their intentions toward us.
Active SETI is a controversial topic. No less than the cosmologist Stephen Hawking warned, do not transmit to ET. When he said that in 2010, his concern was that aliens may invade Earth to strip mine our planet, taking our rare resources. Well, Hawking is a genius, but he can't predict the future. And so there's no way he could have told that Earth-like planets are distributed everywhere. But even if there is a danger, even if another civilization can come to Earth, it's too late to conceal our existence. Any civilization with the ability to travel between the stars can already pick up our radio and TV signals that are leaking off into space. There is no added danger of transmitting signals through active SETI.
In any case, considering the data we now know, a first contact may be possible in a short time. It's also possible that some civilization has already listened to our messages. Nevertheless, how is it possible that if there are other civilizations, we haven't yet received any evidence of their existence? This is what is known as the Fermi paradox.
The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, where are they? The idea was, if in fact the universe is populated with life, why haven't they come here?
The formulation of that paradox arose when the physicist Enrico Fermi was working on the Manhattan Project, whose aim was the development of the U.S. atomic bomb. Fermi's answer to his paradox was that every advanced civilization develops, along with its technology, the potential to exterminate itself, as was thought to be happening at that time. The fact that other extraterrestrial civilizations had not been found implied for him a tragic end for humanity. However, there are several possible solutions to the Fermi paradox. They do exist, but they are not communicating with us. They do exist and communicate, but we can't hear them. They do exist and have been here, but we weren't. They do exist, but most people don't know it yet. They have disappeared. Maybe these civilizations have already destroyed themselves as a consequence of a nuclear war or some other cause. But we find even more solutions to the paradox.
Well, there are a lot of answers to the Fermi paradox. One is that it's actually very difficult to travel between the stars. You know, even over the course of long periods of time, it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of commitment, and anything that you can gain in terms of information, you could get a lot cheaper simply by sending radio signals.
Another possible solution is that we aren't interesting to them. If some civilization were able to come to the Earth from the stars, it would have to be thousands or millions times more advanced than ours, and we may not have anything interesting to offer them. Such a civilization might consider us as primitive, as we consider a simple beehive. Would it make any sense for us to interact with bees and try to make them understand our advances in spacecraft missions, nuclear energy, or quantum mechanics?
Or maybe there is colonization and we just don't happen to see it because it's not nearby or it isn't very obvious.
Paradoxically, the galaxy could be filled with intelligent forms of life, but we are so primitive that we have not even realized it. Another explanation for the Fermi paradox is that we may have already received those signals, but we haven't realized it. We haven't perceived the signals, or we haven't been able to understand or decode them. In this case, some strange signals from outer space have been received. Their origins are now being investigated, and they have posed serious questions for scientists.
The most famous signal that's been detected came in 1977. It was at Ohio State University's Big Ear radio telescope. And in the course of listening for signals from another civilization, there was this message that was strong, that was spread out over frequency. It looked exactly like the kind of signal we would want to get from ET.
During his work on the night shift on July 15, 1977, Jerry R. Eman, professor of the State University of Ohio and SETI project volunteer, observed the weird transcription of the radio signal made by a computer in a section of paper feed to confirm later that it was the most intense anomalous signal detected up to that point by a radio telescope. The signal, of unknown origin, had a duration of 72 seconds and reached an intensity 30 times higher than conventional signals, and had come from the constellation of Sagittarius.
In fact, it was so astounding that when the technician was looking at the printout the next morning, he wrote "wow" in the margin, and that's become known as the wow signal.
The computer processed the signals received into a series of alphanumeric characters. It wrote the sequence 6EQUJ5, which has kept the international scientific community on edge until today. Eman and his team studied the signal in detail. In the end, they were able to rule out that it had been part of any interference coming from the Earth. So during the following month, the operators of the radio telescope tried to reposition the signal, but they didn't succeed.
Well, many times in the decades since then, astronomers have looked at the same part of the sky to see whether they can find the wow signal again, but we've never been able to replicate it. So the key to progress in SETI is to be able to find a signal that looks as good as the wow signal, but now to be able to find it not just once, but over and over and over again.
Today, the origin of that signal is still under investigation. Another signal which provoked important debates was the radio source SHGB02+14A, discovered in March 2003 by SETI at home and announced in New Scientist on September 1st, 2004. Since SETI at home started, more than 5 billion signals have been detected that, because of their mathematical profile or their lack of repetition in time, have been ruled out. Among all of them, the candidate SHGB02+14A was one of the very few that was confirmed again and the only one to maintain a high statistical chance of being intelligent and of extraterrestrial origin. Another relevant signal was the one observed by the Australian astronomer Regbur Bathol, a SETI collaborator, who found a strange signal close to what years later would be confirmed by NASA as the first habitable planet, the Gleisel 581, just 20 light-years away. On the NASA website, in the section Astrology Picture of the Day, we found an explanation for the signal. No one knows for sure what caused this signal. There is a slight possibility that it just might originate from an extraterrestrial intelligence. Many unusual signals from space remain unidentified. The study of signals possibly emitted by an extraterrestrial intelligence is a delicate matter that requires a great deal of confirmation.
First, if you think you have a signal from an extraterrestrial, make sure, check with colleagues, double check your data. And then secondly, if you're really pretty sure you found it, tell the whole world.
Despite countless conjectures about a possible contact or some evidence that is being hidden, SETI states that we haven't yet received a confirmed signal and makes it clear that as far as SETI is concerned, it wouldn't be a piece of information to hide.
A lot of people in this country figured the federal government would cover it all up because the public couldn't handle the news. Well, we know that isn't true because we've had false alarms. And what actually happens is the media are very interested. The newspapers, the radio shows, TV shows, they call you up right away if you get any kind of interesting signal.
So according to the SETI protocol, the day they confirm the first signal indicative of extraterrestrial intelligence, they will make the news known worldwide. A fact that, considering technological advances, may occur in a short time. Seth Shostak declared before the House Science Committee of the American Congress that in a couple of decades, we will have found evidence of its existence.
The chances of finding it, I think, are good, and if that happens, it'll happen in the next 20 years, depending on the financing. There are sort of guesses as to how many societies might be out there broadcasting, and those guesses run from maybe 10,000 to 1 million. Well, if the correct number is anywhere in that range, then we should find something within a few decades. So, this is not like building cathedrals in the Middle Ages. This is something that's going to work within one generation if it's going to work at all.
If I had to bet when we will find intelligence beyond Earth, I'd say in the next 20 years. And it's simply because technology is advancing all the time. SETI success depends on computing power.
What will happen from then on? What will occur when we receive a signal and it is confirmed as extraterrestrial? How would that affect our lives, our priorities, our conception of the world, and our own identity? Is humankind prepared?
So what happens if we find a signal? If we find evidence that they're out there, people will still go to work the next day, or if they're in school, they'll still go to school. They won't divorce their spouses. There won't be civil unrest. They won't be rioting in the streets. It's just that we will know something really important, that as wonderful as Earth is, as wonderful as our species is, we're not the only kids on the block. And I think it's good to know that if it's true.
In January 2010, the Royal Society held a conference entitled The Detection of Extraterrestrial Life and the Consequences for Science and Society. The introduction of the conference was as follows. Astronomers are able now to detect planets where life may exist, and the living generation could see the signature of extraterrestrial life being detected. Should it turn out that we are not alone in the universe, it will fundamentally affect how humanity understands itself, and we need to be prepared for the consequences.
Over the long term, if you actually did get a message and could understand it, of course, that could be very transformative. Imagine, giving, Neanderthals the keys to your local library. Say, hey, you might want to read some of this stuff. That would change everything for them. So there is that potential, although I think it's a fairly far-fetched idea.
Concerned that a discovery could be close, humankind has slowly started to prepare itself to establish a protocol procedure. Neither a country nor a collective of people would be represented, but all of humankind.
There's a protocol called the Declaration of Principles Concerning Activities Following the Detection of Extraterrestrial Intelligence. And this provides guidelines about what do we do next. The most fundamental issue raised in this protocol is before there is a reply, there should be broad-based global discussion. That if we are to speak to another civilization, if we are to send a response, it should be a response that has gathered global input. This wasn't transmitted to the SETI Institute or to any other organization. The message was transmitted to Earth. It belongs to the whole Earth. It should be shared widely.
Most scientists agree that a finding like this would alter and transform the status quo in many ways. What would be its effect on our society, our science, our technology, or our religion?
So for me, detecting another civilization is a way of coming to a better understanding of who we are as human beings. It would mean a chance to see whether the ways of knowing that we've developed here on Earth, our math, our science, our ways of expressing ourselves, our music, our art, are they somehow tapping into something that goes beyond Earth, or are they uniquely ours?
The discovery would be on the same level as those of Copernicus and Darwin, and as of the transforming events in human history. However, it will be decades before people get used to the idea that we are not alone in the universe, and its real meaning becomes deeply ingrained, as occurred with the heliocentric cosmology and biological evolution. It's likely that our first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization will happen when the Allen Telescope Array detects a message that confirms, at last, the existence of extraterrestrial intelligent life, or when one of the people connected to the SETI at Home project announces that his computer has decoded some of the signals of the Arecibo telescope. Then, our first contact will be a unidirectional conversation. We might capture some intelligent message by chance, but it could take decades or centuries before our answer gets to them, given the huge distances of the universe.
Let me tell you what my hope for the impact of the detection of a distant technology would be. What I hope is that we can make it understood to the people on this planet that the only way that contact happened was because, on average, technological civilizations have a long lifetime. We're sitting here as a very young technology, and we literally do not know whether it's possible to grow old, to be able to be wise enough to manage our population, to shepherd our planet, to go forward into a long future, long in cosmic times. But if we find someone else, we know the answer to that question. We get a proof of existence. It's possible to grow old. Somebody else figured out how to do it. And I would hope that that would motivate us to find solutions to the problems that we face today. We know that somebody else made it through this bottleneck, this technological adolescence. I'd hope it would motivate us to find answers for ourselves.
Today we know that the first contact may occur in not too a long time. It's not easy to figure out what will happen in this first communication, if it will be something positive or harmful to human beings. What is clear is that it will be a turning point in the life of the human species.